Away from boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Wilson. Boys and Girls by James W. Foley. Away. "I won't be long," the little boy said, as he clattered him down the stair, and found him a hat for his curly head, and called to a dog somewhere. Then off like a flash down the shady lane, with a whistle and a cry and a song, and back to us ever it came again. "I won't be very long." "I won't be long," the little boy said, and we saw him among the trees, his eyes all bright and his cheeks all red, a friend of the birds and the bees. Then through the hedges and out of the gate, for naught in the world goes wrong with a boy of 6 or 7 or 8. "I won't be gone very long." "I won't be long," the little boy said, "I'm just going out to play." And the curly dog barked, and the two of them sped over the clover away. He waved us a kiss with a little brown hand, and cries rose from here and there, for oh, but a boy does understand a dog and the open air. "I won't be long," the little boy said. "Don't wait any supper, you see. I'll just have a bowl of milk and bread, and my dog he will eat with me." Then he swung his hat on his tangled string, till the curly dog wagged his tail, and romped and played like a boy in spring, and barked him a comrade's hail. "I won't be long," the little boy said. "Oh, mother of him, don't cry. The leaves come green again, yellow and red, and the years go by. But sometime he'll come, as we've seen him do, with the bark of a dog and a song, for it must be true, oh, it must be true, that he'll not be gone very long." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Reciprocity of Smiles by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Nicalia. Sometimes I wonder why they smile so pleasantly at me, and pat my head when they pass by as friendly as can be. Sometimes I wonder why they stop to tell me how to do, and ask me then how old I am and where I'm going to, and ask me can I spare a curl, and say they used to know a little girl that looked like me, oh, years and years ago. And I told Mama how they smiled and asked her why they do. So she said if you smile at folks, they always smile at you. I never knew I smiled at them when they were going by. I guess it smiled all by itself, and that's the reason why. I just look up from playing if it's anyone I know, and they most always smile at me and maybe say hello. And I can smile at anyone, no matter who or where, because I'm just a little girl with lots of them to spare. And Mama said we ought to smile at folks, and if you do, most always they feel better, and they smile right back at you. And when so many smile at me and ask me for a curl, it makes me think most everybody likes a little girl. And once when I was playing, and a man was going by, he smiled at me, and then he rubbed some dust out of his eye, because it made it water so, and said he used to know a little girl up in his yard who used to smile just so. And then I asked, why don't she now? And then he said, you see. And then he rubbed his eye again and only smiled at me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Domestic Ripple by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Some days my pa is thist so cross at ma she snaps him off, and said, I guess your father must 'a' got upon the wrong side of the bed. And pa says he's like to eat this bread, he would in peace once more, and ma she bursts out crying, nen, and pa goes out and slams the door, and then I get a spanking. Thist 'fore he gets his breakfast. Pa, he never hardly speaks to us, and Ma, she says it shames her so to have him go and make a fuss before the girl. Pa, he don't care, and in he says, "That girl be," and Ma says, "Oh, to think he'd swear before his child." The door gets slammed, and I git a spanking. And days, the littlest things I do almost drive her wild, and she says, "Goodness sakes alive, was ever such another child?" And she says, "Do run out and play," and thist when I get started, nen she hollers right at me this way, "William, you march right in again," and in I get a spanking. And Pa, he don't come home to lunch, 'cause Ma, she says he's too ashamed to face her after such a scene, and says she surely can't be blamed for Pa's mean, ugly, hateful ways, and Ma ain't got no heart to eat. Nen, thist 'cause I want honey on my bread, jam, or somethin' sweet, why, nen I get a spanking. And in 'long 'bout supper time, Pa sneaks in thust the easiest you ever see, and nen he looks for Ma, and she's the freeziest 'at ever was, and Pa, he's got some candy, and he says he's 'shamed. And finally Ma says mebbe she was also partly to be blamed, and ends my spanking. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Adamses Boys by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. The Adamses children, they just romp and play and fall out of trees in the carelessest way, and might break their legs from the way that they fall, but they get up laughing and not hurt at all, 'cause boys' bones are soft, so their grandfather said, and John Quincy Adams, he stands on his head and drinks from a dipper, and all over town the boys will tell you how he drinks upside down. The Adamses children, they make enough noise in the yard where they live for 3 times as much boys, and sometimes they laugh and you hear it as clear as can be up to Tinker's and way over here. And they've got a dog which is almost the same as the rest of the boys and will play every game and bark all the time, and he makes so much noise he's just like the rest of the Adamses boys. The Adamses children, they go out to ride on a pony of theirs with them all 3 astride, and the boy up in front makes him kick up, and then the boy way behind he gets thrown off again. And the Adamses pony, he looks just as though he's trying to laugh when the others laugh so. It looks like a laugh, but he can't make a noise like the dog or the rest of the Adamses boys. The Adamses children, they go out to play, and sometimes their mother don't see them all day, but she never frets 'cause the world is too small, so she said for 3 boys to get lost in it all. And sometimes she listens outdoors and she hears the laughing and barking way over to Gears, which is most half a mile, and she smiles because then she knows they'll be home when they're hungry again. The Adamses children, they get on as though they were 3 great chums and not brothers, you know, and folks like to hear them when they're going past, with the big one ahead and the little one last. They've always got playmates of their very own, and don't have to do chores or to study alone, and everything seems to be 3 times the fun for the Adamses children, as though there's just one. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Billy Peebles' Christmas by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Billy Peeble, he ain't got no parents, never had none, 'cause when he's borned he was an orphaned, an' he said that Santa Claus never didn't leave him nothin', 'cause he was a county charge, an' the overseer told him that his fambly was too large to remember orphaned children. So I asked Ma couldn't we have Bill Peeble up to our house, so's to see our Christmas tree, an' she asked me if he's dirty, an' I said I guessed he was, but I didn't think he makes no difference with Santa Claus. My, his clothes was awful ragged. Ma she put him in a tub, an' she poured it full of water, an' she gave him such a scrub 'at he is set there an' shivered, an' he told me afterwards 'at he never washed all over out to overseer birds. An' she burned his ragged trousers, an' she gave him some of mine. My, she rubbed him an' she scrubbed him till she almost made him shine. Nen he ist looked all around him like he'd scart for quite a while, an' even when Ma'd pat his head he wouldn't hardly smile. In after while Ma took some flour sacks an' en she laid 'em right down at the fireplace. It's 'cause she is afraid Santa Claus'll soil the carpet when he comes down there, you know. An' Billy Peeble watched her, an' his eyes stuck out ist so. En Ma said 'at in the morning if we'd look down on the sacks 'at they'd be ist full of soot where Santa Claus had made his tracks. Billy Peeble stood there lookin', an' he told me afterwards he was scared he'd wake right up an' be at overseer birds. Well, en she hung our stockin's up, an' after while she said, "Now you an' Billy Peeble better go right off to bed, an' if you hear a noise tonight don't you boys make a sound, 'cause Santa Claus don't never come with little boys around." So me an' Billy went to bed, an' Billy Peeble he could hardly go to sleep at all, ist tossed an' tossed. You see we had such white sheets on the bed, an' he said afterwards they never had no sheets at all at overseer birds. So we ist laid an' talked, an' Billy asked me who was Santa Claus, an' I said I don't know if it's all true, but people say he's some old man who ist loves little boys, an' keeps a store at the North Pole with heaps an' heaps of toys, which he brings down in a big sleigh with reindeers for his steeds, an' comes right down the chimbly flue an' leaves ist what you needs. My, he's excited when I told him that, an' afterwards he said they never had no toys at overseer birds, an' fallen pretty near asleep when Billy Peeble said, "Sh! What's that noise?" An' when he spoke I set right up in bed, till sure enough I heard it in the parlor down below. An' Billy Peeble he set up an' en he said, "Let's go." So we got up an' sneaked downstairs, an' both of us could see 'at it was surely Santa Claus, ist like Ma said he'd be. But he must heard us comin' down, because he stopped an' said, "You Henry Blake an' William Peeble go right back to bed." My goodness, we was awful scairt, an' both of us was pale, an' Billy Peeble said upstairs, "My, ain't he ist a whale!" We didn't hardly dare to talk an' got back into bed, an' Billy pulled the counterpane clear up above his head, an' in the morning when we looked down on the flour sacks, why, sure enough we saw the soot where he had made his tracks, and Billy got a suit of clothes, a drum and sled and books. Till East never said a word, but my, how glad he looks. And after while it's dinner time, and Billy people set right next to Pa, and my, how he is et and et and et, till East puffed and had to leave his second piece of pie, because he couldn't eat no more. And after dinner, why, Ma dressed him up in his new clothes, as Billy people said. He's sorry he's an orphan, and Ma patted Billy's head, which made him cry a little bit, and he said afterwards nobody ever pats his head at o'er-sea of birds. And all day long Pa looked at Ma, and Ma she looked at him, because Pa said 'at Billy looked a little bit like Jim, 'at was my baby brother, but he died on set years ago, and 'at's why Billy people makes my mother like him so. She says 'at Santa brought him as a present, ist instead of little Jim 'at died on set. So she ist put him to bed on Christmas night, and tucked him in and told him afterwards 'at he ain't ever goin' back to oversea of birds. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Way He Used to Do by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Sometimes when I come in at night and take my shoes off at the stair, I hear my pop turn on the light and holler, "William, are you there?" And then he says, "You go to bed." I knew that stealthy step was you. And I asked how, and then he said, "'Cause that's the way I used to do." Sometimes when I come home at 6 o'clock and hurry up my chores, and get a big armful of sticks of wood and bring it all indoors, my pop he comes and feels my head and says, "You been in swimmin', you." When I asked how he knew, he said, "'Cause that's the way I used to do." Sometimes before a circus comes, when I'm as willing as can be to do my chores, and all my chums they all take turns at helping me, my pop he pats them on the head and says, "You like a circus too?" When I asked how he knew, he said, "'Cause that's the way I used to do." And lots of times when he gets mad enough to whip me and declares he never saw another lad like I am, well, at last he spares me from a whipping, and he lays his rawhide down. "I can't whip you for that, although I should," he says, "'cause that's the way I used to do." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Boy's Vacation Time by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Hail, that long-awaited day, when, the school books laid away, all the thoughts of merry youngsters turn from pages back to play. Done with lesson and with rule, done with teacher and with school, stray the vagrant hearts of childhood to the tempting wood and pool. Who will tell in rune and rhyme of the glory and the grime in the dusty lanes and byways of a boy's vacation time? Hark the whistle and the cry that is piping shrill and high from the chorus of glad youngsters trooping riotously by. Say, sun did e'er brightly shine as when with his rod and line tramps the barefoot lad a-fishing, and the water clear and fine? Sweet the murmur of the trees, and what glory now he sees in the chatter of the wild birds and the buzz of bumblebees. Hear the greenwoods cry and call through the summer to the fall, "We are waiting, waiting, waiting with a welcome for you all. Hear the lads take up the cry, with an echo shrill and high. We are coming, 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 for vacation time is nigh. How the skies are blue and fair, how the clover scents the air with a witchery of fragrance that is delicate and rare, how the blossoms bud and blow, and the great waves flood and flow in the ocean of boy happiness, like billows to and fro. Ah, my heart goes back and sighs when the piping calls and cries from the hearts of merry youngsters like a song of triumph rise. And I would that rune and rhyme might be splendid and sublime in my heart to tell the story of a boy's vacation time. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Boy's Choice by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. I'd rather take a whippin' and a scoldin' any day, 'cause a whippin' makes you tingle, but you go right out and play. And after while you're over it, and en at dinner why, your mother's awful sorry, and she brings a piece of pie, and says she hates to do it, 'cause it hurts her ist as bad as it does anybody when she whips her little lad. And en at night she kisses you and puts you into bed, and tucks the covers in and says you're mamma's turly head. And my, she's ist so lovely, and she sits beside of you, ist 'cause she feels so sorry over what she had to do. And en she leaves the candle burn and says for you to call if you want anything from her and you ain't scared at all. But when you get a scolding she don't never bring you pie, because you surely break her heart, and en she starts to cry. And my, you feel so sorry, and you wish she wouldn't, 'cause it shows you how you've grieved her and how tur'ble bad you was. And all day long she never smiles, and when you go to bed she never leaves the candle burn or calls you turly head. And sometimes you see big, white things a lookin' at your bed, 'at makes you scared and pull the covers up above your head. And en you s'pose, how would you feel if mamma was to die? Bimeby you feel so bad 'at you ist start to cry. So when she looks at you so hurt and talks to you 'at way, I'd ruther take a whippin' and a scoldin' any day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Discouraged Kindergartner by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by AMB13. Is morning, Mama told me, and I must be awful dude, 'cause I'm starting on my school days, and I promised her I would, but I'm awful much discouraged, 'cause I tried so hard to det all the lessons teacher gave me, but I taught to read yet. My, it's awful long till dinner, and I couldn't hardly wait, when I got done with my letters, and I wrote 'em on my slate, and I'm 'shamed to tell my mamma, and I guess she'll have to let me go back again tomorrow, 'cause I can't read yet. She'll be awful disappointed, 'cause I've been there half a day, and she'll think I didn't study, or it wouldn't be that way. But I don't suppose I can help it, and it does no good to fret, 'cause I've been to school all morning, and I can't read yet. I guess our teacher's stupid, 'cause she didn't seem to care, when I went right up and told her, where she's sittin' in her chair, and I'm awful much discouraged, and my mamma she would fret, 'cause I've been to school all morning, and I can't read yet. And then she started laughing. It's as true as I'm alive. And as how old am I? And then I told her 5:30. And then she tamed and kissed me, 'cause my eyes are getting wet, and told me not to worry, 'cause I can't read yet. I guess if she had Mother Goose, she'd be disturbed herself, and she'd go and get it, down from off the library shelf. And then when it's open, I guess she'd have to fret, if she's been to school all morning, and she can't read yet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Delusion of Ghosts by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Sometimes when I got to do errands at night, and the moon is all dark and there ain't any light, and the wind when it blows makes a shivery sound, and everything seems awful still all around. Sometimes when a hoot owl goes woo-hoo-hoo, my legs feel so funny I'm all goose flesh too. And maybe I'm startled when I hear it call, but I ain't a bit scared, I'm just nervous, that's all. Once me and Joe Simpson was walking one night up past the old graveyard and saw something white. It looked like a ghost standing right in the road, and my Joe was scared 'cause he said it he knowed it was surely a ghost, and I whistled because when you whistle you scare 'em, and all that it was a great big white cow, and it just walked away, and I wasn't no more scared 'n if it was day. 'Cause I don't believe in ghosts, and I'd disasleep go up past any graveyard and walk awful slow, and whistle and sit on the top of the fence, 'cause there ain't any ghosts if you got any sense. And when we saw that big white thing by the road, that Joe was so scared of, I wasn't, I knowed. All the time it's no ghost. I was nervous because I knowed what it wasn't, but not what it was. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Story of Self-Sacrifice by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Pop took me to the circus, 'cause it disappoints me so to have to stay at home, although he doesn't care to go. He's seen it all so many times, the wagons and the tents, the cages of wild animals and herds of elephants. This morning he went down with me to watch the big parade. He was so dreadful busy that he oughtn't to have stayed. He said he'd seen it all before, and all the reason he went down and watched it coming was because it's new to me. Then we walked to the circus grounds, and Poppy says, "I guess you want a glass of lemonade, of course," and I says yes, and he bought one for each of us, and when he drank his, he told me he drank it only just to keep me company. And then he says the sideshow is, I s'pose, the same old so, but everybody's goin' in, so we might just as well. He said he'd seen it all before, and all the reason he went in and saw it was because it was all new to me. Well, by and by we both came out and went in the big tent and saw the lions and tigers and the biggest elephant with chains on his front corner and an awful funny nose that looks around for peanuts that the crowd of people throws. And Poppy bought some peanuts, and it curled its nose around until it found most every one that he threw on the ground. He said he'd seen it all before, and all the reason he stayed there and threw 'em was because it was all new to me. Well, then the band began to play the liveliest tune, and Poppy says he guessed the show would open pretty soon. So we went in the other tent, and Poppy says to me, "I guess we'll get some reserved seats, so you'll surely see." And then some lovely ladies came and stood there on the ground, and jumped up on the horses, while the horses running round. Pop said he'd seen it all before, and all the reason he looked at the ladies was because it was all new to me. Well, finally it's over, but a man came out to say that they're going to have a concert, and Pop said we'd better stay. He said they're always just the same, and always such a sell, but lots of folks were staying, and he guessed we might as well. Then by and by we're home again, and Mamma wants to know, what kind of circus was it? And Pop said, the same old show, and said he'd seen it all before, and all the reason he had stayed and seen it all was 'cause it's all so new to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Lost Child by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. I 'member when they cut my curls not very long ago, because they looked just like a girl's, and I'm a boy, you know. I used to wear 'em awful long, and once my pa he said it's time I had my curls cut off and wore short hair instead, because I'm big enough for that. And then they took the shears and snipped my curls off one by one right close up to my ears. But every time a curl came off, my mother she just hid her face a little bit and cried. I wonder why she did. And after a while she picked one up and held it in her hand, with something shining in her eyes I didn't understand. She petted it as if it was a little boy or girl, and acted fond of it when it was nothing but a curl. And after a while they're all cut off and down there on the floor, and I looked much more like a boy than I had been before. But there was something in her eyes she tried and tried and tried to brush away, but still it came. I wonder why she cried. And after a while I'm all trimmed off, and then my pa he said I'm not a baby any more, but I'm a boy instead. And he is awful proud of me. And then my ma she smiled and said we found a boy that day and lost a little child. So I said I would hunt for him and bring him back, but then she said she was afraid that he would not come back again, and picked the curls I had all up from off the floor and hid them in her bureau drawer, and cried, I wonder why she did. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Donating Time by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by AMB Sweet 13. Once when our girl was making pies and donuts. It's a lot. We stood around with great big eyes, 'cause we boys like 'em hot. And when she dropped 'em in the lard they sizzled. It's like fun. And when she takes 'em out it's hard to keep from taking one. And den she says, "You boys get all spattered up with grease." And Bimby she says she'll let us have just one apiece. So I took one for me, and one for little James McBride, the widow's only orphan son, 'at's waiting there outside. And Henry he took one, ist for himself and Nellie Flynn, 'at's waiting at the kitchen door, and dessent to come in, because her mother told her not. And Johnny he took two, 'cause Amy Brennan likes 'em hot, it's like we children do. And Henry happened is to think he didn't get a one for little Ebenezer Brink, the carpet beater's son, who never gets 'em home, because he says he ain't quite sure, but thinks perhaps the reason was his folks are too poor. And I give my own away to little Willie begs. Et fell way down his stairs one day and give him crooked legs. 'Cause Willie always seems to know when our girl is going to bake. He wouldn't ask for none, oh no, but my, he's fond of cake. So I went back, and I got another one for me, right out of the kettle, smoking hot and brown as it could be. And John he got one too, because he give his own to Clare. And when our girl, she looked, there was is two small doughnuts there. My, she was angry, when she looked and saw is them two there, and says she knew, and she had cooked a crockful and to spare. She says it's awful scourging, to bake and fret and fuss, and when she thinks she got 'em in the crock, they're all in us. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Modern Miracle by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Josh Oswald. Once when I'm sick the doctor come, and then I put my tongue way out, and he says, nurse, get me some warm water, please. And in about a minute, why, she did, and then I put a glass thing into it, and then he wiped it off again, and put it in my mouth a bit. And after a while he took it out, and held it up where he could see, and then he says, it's about too high, 1/2 degree. And then Ma asked if I'm bad, and he says nope, is gruff and cross, and says why, you can't kill a lad, and if you do, it ain't much loss. And then she's mad, and he is bust, out laughing he says, don't fret, he's gonna be all right, I trust. Why, he ain't even half dead yet. And then he felt my pulse at way, and patted me upon my head, and says, there ain't no school today, 'cause one of the trustees is dead. And my, I'm awful sorry when he told me that. And then he said he'll be all right by noon. And then he went away, and Ma said, Ned, how do you feel? And then since doctor told me that, somehow I'm awful sick a while ago. But I'm almost well right now. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Nervous Town by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Oh, there's never a noise in Nervous Town, not the cry of a youngster and up or down. There's never a cheer or a whistle shrill, just silence like that of the grave, so still. The horses trot with a muffled tread, but the place seems lonesome and drear and dead, for a cloth-bound head and a nervous frown are all you may see in Nervous Town. Shh! You must walk with noiseless tread, for there's many a hot and aching head. The doors are closed and the blinds are down, for it must be dark in Nervous Town, and you mustn't whistle or shout or cheer or slam the doors, oh dear, lest a cloth-bound head and a terrible frown poke out at you from Nervous Town. Oh, there's never a person there but goes on the very tip of his tippy toes, nor ever a lad has heard at all of follow my leader or rude baseball. It's much as your life is worth to yell. The flowers can't grow for the camphor smell, while a big policeman up and down cries shh through the streets of Nervous Town. And a little boy who didn't know, once years and years and years ago, gave 3 loud lusty cheers one day, for something or other I can't say, and they snipped his head off, oh, with big red rusty shears, you know, and cloth-bound heads bobbed up and down with gladness all through Nervous Town. But oh, it's gloomy in Nervous Town, with the doors tight shut and the blinds all down, where the frightened lad his whole life goes, on the very tips of his tippy toes, where the hens don't cluck and the birds don't sing, and even the church bells dare not ring, lest a cloth-bound head with a terrible frown poked out at them from Nervous Town. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Song of Summer Days by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Sing a song of hollow logs, chirp of cricket, croak of frogs, cry of wild bird, hum of bees, dancing leaves and whispering trees, legs all bare and dusty toes, ruddy cheeks and freckled nose, splash of brook and swish of line. Where's the song that's half so fine? Sing a song of summer days, leafy nooks and shady ways, nodding roses, apples red, clover like a carpet spread. Sing a song of running brooks, cans of bait and fishing hooks, dewy hollows, yellow moons, birds a-pipe with merry tunes. Sing a song of skies of blue, Eden's garden made anew, scarlet hedges, leafy lanes, vine embowered sills and panes, stretch of meadows splashed with dew, silver clouds with sunlight through, cry of loon and pipe of wren, sing and call it home again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. What Mother Doesn't Know by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Sometimes when I got to pile wood in the yard, I'st wringin' with sweat 'cause I'm workin' so hard, and see all the neighbors' boys startin' to fish. I can't hardly work any more, and I wish 'at I was a-goin', and right away I run and ask Ma if I can't go to-day. And she says to me, and Johnny Jones, you can run off and fish as soon as your work is all done. You must work while you work, you must play while you play, and you'll be happy for many a day. And maybe it's so, but my goodness, to go with the boys that's gone fishin', I guess she don't know. Sometimes when I got to hoe garden and hear the boys playin' ball in the next lot so near, I hear 'em all cheerin' and see 'em all score. I can't hardly stand it to hoe any more. So and I asked Ma if I can't go and play, and promised to hoe twixt as much the next day. But she says to me, and Johnny Jones, you can run off and play as soon as your work is all done. You must work while you work, you must play while you play, and you'll be happy for many a day. And maybe it's so, but my goodness, to hoe when you hear 'em a-playin', I guess she done know. Sometimes when the snow gets all piled up so deep, on the walk that she tells me to go out and sweep it all off, and Sam Russell comes by with his sled. My broom 'at I'm usin' gets heavy as lead, and I can't hardly sweep, and I asked Ma if I can't go out a-slidin' and sweep by and by. But she says to me, and Johnny Jones, you can run off and slide as soon as your work is all done. You must work while you work, you must play while you play, and you'll be happy for many a day. And maybe it's so, but to have to sweep snow when the boys are all slidin', I guess she done know. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
So Lonesome Now by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Over to Henry Murray's Y, they always had lots and lots of pie, and toy automobiles, and velocipedes, and walking toys, like a fellow reads about sometimes, but he seldom sees, and swings out under the big oak trees, and children are playing on every bough. But my, it is terribly lonesome now. Over to Henry Murray's Y, his mother and father is seemed to try, and see if they couldn't get some new toys for Henry and all of us other boys. I played with him, and she used to make the dandiest currant and raisin cake, and boys is flocked there like flies somehow. But my, it is terribly lonesome now. Over to Henry Murray's why, his mother 'ud see you going by, and asked you why you didn't come and play with Henry and all of his toys some day. And every Christmas she'd have a tree with presents the finest you ever see, and nobody got forgot somehow. But my, it is terribly lonesome now. And over to Henry Murray's why, we boys is look while we're going by, and see all his toys lying there outside. Once big Billy Skinner broke down and cried, and says he don't care, it was is too bad, 'cause Henry was all of the boy they had, and the swings is hang from the big oak bough, and my, it is terribly lonesome now. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Little Love Story by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. She understands. I do not need to go and tell her she is all the world to me. I never speak a word to let her know I will be faithful till eternity. But when upon the way to school she sees me come with 2 red apples in my hands, and hears me say, "Please, Sally Jane, take these," it is no wonder that she understands. Or when she sees me at the old front gate with my new sled, right after the first snow, and from her window calls me to wait until she asks her mother can she go. I do not need to tell her why I come in my fur cap with mittens on my hands, for even if my feelings make me dumb, she looks at me and then she understands. Or if she whispers something when in school, as children are quite often apt to do, forgetting all about the teacher's rule, the teacher says to Sally, "Was that you?" Why, then I see how scared she is, and rise up in my seat and hold up both my hands, and take the blame. She looks into my eyes. I do not need to speak. She understands. Or if she has the measles, so I dare not go up to her house, but I can look in through the window, and she sees me there, and if I bring a dandy story-book and leave it on the fence-post where the nurse can come and take it in, and if my hands have written, "Dear, I hope you'll be no worse," I do not need to speak. She understands. I do not need to tell her how I feel. She only has to watch the things I do. She knows my heart is true to her as steel, and if it rains or if the sky is blue, I wait for her to walk to school with me, and carry all her school books in my hands, and I am just as happy as can be, and so is she, because she understands. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On a Noiseless Fourth by James W. Foley for LibriVox.org by Yominis V. On a noiseless street stood a crackerless lad with a squirtless fife and a headless drum, fanning his glee in a voiceless shout as a blareless band, all still and dumb, came down the length of the avenue, and the boggled corpse blew a noteless blare, while a squirtless rocket with noiseless hiss cut a fireless path through the silent air. The blareless band played a soundless tune, and the crackless lad gave a voiceless shout as the rippling folds of the unfurled flag from the upheld standard fluttered out. "Hurrah!" he cried with a voiceless cry, put forth from his lips in a speechless way. "Hurrah for the guns of Lexington and the noiseless Independence Day!" Then, far away down the village street, a smokeless gun belched a soundless roar. A pulpless cracker of fizzles died. and the band played a blairless tune once more. The clickless guns of the village guards with a thudless sound dropped on the ground. The marshal left his kneeless horse, and a voiceless mob ranged all around. A viseless pinwheel silent wired. The drum corps joined in a toothless screech. The lips of the village speaker moved in the tongueless strains of a wordless speech. Then a graceless benediction fell, and the crackless lad, in a voiceless way, gave a soundless shout for Bunker Hill and a noiseless Independence Day. Oh, the pulseless thrill of the noiseless guns and the toothless fifes and the headless drums, the heartless joy of the crackless lad as the soundless pigeon noiseless comes down the village street, and the sightless glow of the hissless rocket's fireless glare with noiseless swish from the silent earth through the measureless breath of the lightless air. But a fingerless youth of the olden time, when crackers popped and cannons roared, looked on the scene with much disgust and the look of a lad who is greatly bored, and he cried aloud. 'Twas the only sound that was heard, not made in a voiceless way. Doggone the guns at Bunker Hill and noiseless Independence Day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Conscious Ignorance by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. I'm only is a little girl, and when I want to play, and Mama says, don't go outside our yard this livelong day, and when some other girls come and pester me to go, it may be wrong, but I'm so young. How does she suppose I know? And e'en when she goes out sometimes, and says, now go to bed, at 8 o'clock this very night, I 'member what she said. But when the mantel clock strikes 8, and I don't want to go, it may be wrong, but I'm so young, how does she suppose I know? And when she says, now don't go near the cookie jar this day, I want some cookies awful much, and try to stay away, but all the time I'm hungry for some cookies, and I go. It may be wrong, but I'm so young, how does she suppose I know? I'm only is a little girl, not more 'n 6 years old, and I always try to do exactly as I'm told. But when I make this one mistake, my ma ought not to go and punish me, 'cause I'm so young. How does she suppose I know? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Playtime of Bachelor Bill by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Our Uncle Bill's a bachelor, and it's an awful shame, 'cause he knows stories about bears and knows 'em by name, and growls just like a really one and makes you think a bear is underneath the table, but of course it isn't there. And when he takes you on his knee, he talks just like a book, and after a while your eyes get big and you're a scared to look. When he says then a bear came out and just went boo-hoo-hoo, because you almost think a bear is really after you. And when he plays wild Indians and hides himself somewheres, while we look in the corners and behind the parlor chairs, and peek in the dark closets and pretend we're on a scout, till after a while he makes a whoop and Ian comes rushing out, just like he's on the warpath, and us children run upstairs and hide in Mamma's closet, and he makes us think that bears are coming in to get us, and he growls just like he's won. And my, we're terrible scared, and yet it's awful lots of fun. And when he is a pirate and he makes us children play, and we are in a shipwreck and the crew is cast away upon a desert island where his treasure chest is hid, and we are only sailors and his name is Captain Kidd. And when we hear him coming, he just roars, and then we run, 'cause he has broomsticks for a sword and pokers for a gun. And after a while he kills us all, but it don't hurt, and when he sails away in his big ship, we come to life again. And after a while our mother comes and taps him on the head, and says it's time for bears and scouts and things to be in bed, and leads us children all upstairs, and maybe if we keep right still she'll let the candle burn until we go to sleep. Then after a while our Uncle Bill comes up to say good night, and see how snug and warm we are, and all tucked in so tight. And then he kisses us good night, and then his eyes just blur. I guess we make him sorry that he is a bachelor. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
How Henry Blake Knows by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Don't you dust kill a toad, Henry Blake says, for true. As you're born, it'll rain right away if you do. For Henry Blake says, once some boys, as he knowed, were going a-fishing, and one killed a toad, and it all clouded up, and it got just as black, and it thundered and lightninged before they got back, till they were awfully scarred. And he says, he don't know why, but he thinks toads had something to do with the sky. And Henry Blake showed us to place into road, where the boys went and killed him, and that's how he knowed. Henry Blake says if you just split a bean, and put half of it on a wart when it's green, and throw half of it between midnight and dawn, in a cistern somewhere, why your wart'll be gone, just as soon as it rots. Henry Blake says it's true, 'cause a friend of his showed him a bean cut in two, that took off a big wart, and to half was all black, and Henry Blake says that it never came back. And Henry friend showed him the cistern he throwed the other half into, and that's how he knowed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Land of Blow Bubbles by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Smiling Jade. The Land of Blow Bubbles. His curls are like rings of red gold on his head. His lips are as red as a cherry. His cheeks are as round as an apple and red. His eyes full of mischief and merry. His heart is as pure as a snowflake in air, a fig for the whole of his troubles. For he's my boy Callus, you have seen him somewhere, and he lives in the land of blow bubbles. Now he's riding a stick that is legless and dead, through the lanes and across the sere stubbles. For a stick is a horse with 4 legs and a head, in that magic boy land of blow bubbles. He bears at his side a sword cut from a lath, with a big wooden gun on his shoulder. And woe to the wild beast that crosses his path, for never a huntsman's was bolder. Now down from his steed leaps boy Callus in haste. He drops on one knee in the stubbles, for stubbles are woods full of wild beasts, all chased to their death by the boys in blow bubbles. His musket he brings to his shoulder and shoots. The sound of it echoes and doubles. For a make-believe gun kills the make-believe brutes in that magic boy land of blow bubbles. Then out from the forest a savage all red, with blood-curdling yell leaps to battle. A thrust from the big wooden sword, he is dead, with a most melancholy death rattle. Then up from the ground lifts boy Callus his horse, and back over the all trackless stubbles. For it's many a mile to his cabin, of course, in the magic boy land of blow bubbles. Oh, joy to the lad in his make-believe ride, with the make-believe gun on his shoulder, with the make-believe sword cut from lath at his side, and a sigh from the heart that is older, a whistle for care from the harp of his lips, a fig for the whole of his troubles, when he's off like the wind on his make-believe trips in the magic boy land of blow bubbles. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ginger Cake Man by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org. The ginger cake man was a lump of brown dough, till the great rolling pin was run over him so, to flatten him out, and he lay there so thin, his bones almost popped through the holes of his skin. They sifted him over with flour and spice, and made him some eyes with 2 kernels of rice, and took some dried currants, the biggest and best, to make him some buttons for closing his vest. The ginger cake man wobbled this way and that, when they seeded a raisin, and made him a hat, that was stuck on his head in the jauntiest way, for a ginger cake man is not made every day. They stuck in some clothes for his ears, yes indeed, and made him some teeth out of caraway seed, and when he was finished, they buttered a pan, the biggest they had, for the ginger cake man. Then into the oven they put him to bake until he was hard and could stand and not break his legs when he stood, and they set him to cool until all the children should come home from school. And oh, the delight and the wonder and glee when mother invited the children to see, all sifted with sugar, and out of the pan the good-natured face of the ginger cake man. But alas and alas, 'tis a short life, and sweet is the ginger cake man's, for they ate off his feet, they broke off his arms with the hungriest zest, and picked all the buttons from out of his vest. They nibbled his legs off, and ate up his hat, and everything edible went just like that, till the cloves and the kernels of rice you may scan as all that is left of the ginger cake man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lonesome by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Say, little boy, be friends with me, and I'll be friends with you. And I won't never tell on you, no matter what you do. It's awful lonesome over here, and goodness, but it's hard to have your mother say that you must play in your backyard. There's lots of daisies where I am, and butterflies as bright as anything you ever saw, and I just saw one light. Perhaps you'd catch it in your cap if I would help you too. Come over and be friends with me, and I'll be friends with you. All the children we have got, I'm lonesome as can be. I wish you wouldn't be afraid to come and play with me. I don't care if your face ain't clean or if your clothes are torn. I didn't have no clothes at all the time that I was born. We got ripe apples on our trees, and I will boost you so that you can get some if you come. And when it's time to go, we'll fill your cap and pockets full to take home. Don't you see? I'm willing to be friends with you if you'll be friends with me. I've got a lot of wooden toys as fine as they can be, but I want something that's alive to run around with me and play wild Indians and bears. And if you'll come and play, perhaps my mama'll let me come and play with you some day. We've got some dandy hollow trees, the finest anywheres, and one of us can hide in them when we are playing bears, and growl just like he's awful cross, and all the time you know it's only make-believe, of course, but then it scares you so. I wish you'd come and play with me. I've got a jumping jack I'll give you for your very own to keep when you go back, and you can ride my velocipede most all the afternoon, and blow some bubbles with my pipe and play with my balloon. I've got an awful lot of toys, and I will let you play, that they are yours as much as mine for all the time you stay. I'm all the boys my folks have got. I'm lonesome as can be. Come on, and I'll be friends with you if you'll be friends with me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Garden of Play by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Carly. Out in the garden of childhood gay, romped three glad youngsters with merry cries, startling the birds with their boisterous play, light heart and laughter and big bright eyes. Ever you see them and hear them there, morning or evening or blossomy noon. And oh, but the garden of youth is fair, and oh, but the years of it pass too soon. Over the garden are cloudless skies, ah, but the skies of all youth are blue. Thy heart and laughter and big bright eyes find in each nook something rare and new. Cool is the shade of the coaxing trees, bidding them hide from the sun at noon. And oh, but what glorious days are these, and oh, but the hours of them pass too soon. Rare is the garden with fragrant flowers, ah, but the flowers of youth are fair. Garlands they weave of the golden hours, sweet with the song of the birds in air. Splash all the earth with a rosy light, light of the sun at its splendid noon. And oh, but the sunshine of youth is bright, and oh, but the light of it dies too soon. Sweet to mine ears from the garden gay, echo their calls and their merry cries, startling the birds with their boisterous play, light heart and laughter and big bright eyes. Dips the red sun to its shadow west. These are the years of mine afternoon, and oh, but the years of my youth were best, and oh, but the joys of them passed too soon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
We Ain't Scared of Paw by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Us boys ain't scared of Paw so much. He only makes a noise and says he never did see such unmanageable boys. But when Ma looks around, I see just something long and flat, and always make a point to be some better after that. Pa promises and promises, but never does a thing. But what Ma says she does. And when I go to bring her slipper or her hairbrush, when she says she'll dust my pants, I think I could be better then if I had one more chance. Pa always says next time at eve we'll have a word to say, but Ma she is more apt to be a doin' right away. Pa turns around at us and glares as fierce as he can look, but when we're out of sight upstairs, he goes back to his book. Ma doesn't glare as much as Pa or make as big a fuss, but what she says is law, and when she speaks to us, she's looking carelessly around for something long and flat, and when we notice it, we're bound to be good after that. So we ain't scared of Pa at all, although he thinks we are. But when we hear Ma come and call, no difference how far we are away, we answer quick and tell her where we're at, when she stoops down and starts to pick up something long and flat. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Pearl of Price by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Tammy Mono. She isn't worth a fortune and she hasn't any stocks. Her wealth is all in little shoes and pinafores and frocks, in her little rings of curling hair and big blue laughing eyes, in leaves and grass and buds and flowers and bees and butterflies. But when she comes in tired from play and crawls upon my knee, she's worth 100 millions to her mother and to me. She sits among her dolls and toys and doesn't seem to care if wealth is all in rosy cheeks and locks of curly hair. She toddles up to me and like an artful fairy clips a coupon-bearing love from off the sweetness of her lips. And when she puts her arms around my neck and goos in glee, she's worth uncounted millions to her mother and to me. And when she's in her crib at night and daintily tucked in. The wealth of Croesus couldn't buy the dimple in her chin. And as she blinks her roguish eyes to play at peek-a-boo, she chuckles me a fortune with each archly spoken goo. And though she has no fortune, I'm sure you will agree, she's a fortune more than money to her mother and to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dear Little Queer Little Man by James W. Foley. Read from LibriVox.org by Damien1110. Dear little queer little man, with his hair on a tumble of curls, with the light in his eyes like the blue of the skies when the dawn's rosy banner unfurls. Sweet little fleet little man, who fills on the house with his toys, whose laugh has the truth of the heart of his youth, a toast to the heart of our boys. Dear little queer little man, with a big paper cap on his head, and a sword at his side as he gets up to ride on his hobby horse gaudy and red. Play little gay little man, fill on up the house with your noise, for oh it were ill if your laughter was still, a toast to the laughter of boys. Dear little queer little man, with dreams of the future to be, when he shall grow tall and shall care for us all, his mother, his sister, and me. Brave little man, with thoughts like his youth incomplete, but bearing the seed that shall blossom and lead to manhood ungracious and sweet. Dear little queer little man, whose heart is so boyish and pure, may the sweetness and truth that are flowers of youth through all of your being endure. Play little gay little man, fill on up the house with your noise, for oh what's so sweet as the pattering feet and the echoing laughter of boys. Dear little queer little man, the light of the dawn's rosy beams be evermore spread on your dear curly head and truth to your innocent dreams. Blessed little, best little man, God keep you as pure as the truth that lingers and lies in the light of your eyes, long life to the heart of your youth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Girl of Mine by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org. Oh, her frock is crisp and white, and her hair is curled up tight to her roguish little head, just like an aureole of light. Not a heart but she could win with the ribbon at her chin, and her cheeks that have such very little merry dimples in. Ah, the laughter in her eyes, and the wonder and surprise, as she toddles through the waving grass in search of butterflies. And the flowers nod and sway in their love of her and say, by their homage as she passes she's a fairer flower than they. Ah, the sweetness and the grace in her radiant little face, as she scampers through the sunlight in her airy fairy race. How the roguish laughter trips from the gateway of her lips, like the lilting of the robin through the leafy bough that slips, and the bird in branches high seems to join her merry cry, and to chirp a fearless greeting as she gaily toddles by. And so light her footsteps fall, that the clover blossoms call. See, she stepped on us in passing, but we're scarcely bruised at all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Chums by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. He lives across the street from us and ain't as big as me. His mother takes in washing 'cause they're poor as they can be. But every night he brings his slate and I do his sums and help him get his lessons straight 'cause him and me is chums. His clothes ain't quite as good as mine, but I don't care for that. His mother makes his face shine, and I lent him a hat. And every mornin' it's by rule, when 9 o'clock it comes, he takes my hand and goes to school, 'cause him and me is chums. Nobody better plague him too, no matter if he's small, 'cause I'm his friend for tried and true, and that's the reason all the boys don't dare to plague him, 'cause I ist wait until he comes, and he walks close to me, he does, 'cause him and me is chums. He fell and hurt hisself one day, the summer before last, and that's what makes him limp at way, and don't grow very fast. So when I get a piece of pie, or maybe nuts or plums, I always give him some, 'cause I get lots and we are chums. And when it's nuttin' time we go, and I climb all the trees, 'cause he can't climb, he's hurt, you know, but he gets all he sees. Come dropping down, and my, he's glad. And when the twilight comes, he says what a fine time he had, 'cause him and me is chums. But my, his mother's awful queer, 'cause when we're home again, she wipes her eye a great big tear, and says, God bless you, Ben. The Lord will bless you all your days when the great judgment comes. But I say I don't need no praise, 'cause him and me is chums. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lost Boy by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Damien1110. Little Boy Careless has strewn his blocks from end to end of the nursery. He has broken the top of the gaudy box that held sliced animals, my ah me. His wooden soldiers are seamed and scarred from battle with him, and his jumping jack is lodged halfway from a blow too hard, nor all of my coaxing will get him back. Little Boy Careless has split his drum, and bent the tube of his screeching fife, till all of his martial airs are dumb, and the Dawn the sweet has lost her life, from a mallet blow on her waxen head, and none of her sister Dawns knows or cares how the sawdust in her is strewn and spread from the bedroom door to the home downstairs. Little Boy Careless has gone away, and Big Boy Hopeful has come to me. The toys that were scattered here yesterday are stored up there in the nursery. The broken drum and the jumping jack, the waxen Dawn in her grip alone, nor Little Boy Careless will ever come back to scatter the toys by his years outgrown. And but the heart of me aches and cries for the Little Boy Careless to come and play. The light of the dawn is in his big brown eyes, with the toys that are gathered and laid away. The Big Boy Hopeful will come to pine for the world out there it will yearn to go, but the Little Boy Careless was my own mine, and that is the reason I loved him so. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lines to a Baby Girl by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Michelle Thompson. Oh, she has such a way with her. I stay with her and play with her. Her cheeks are round and dimpled, and her eyes are heaven's blue. My life is spent quite half with her. I laugh with her and chaff with her, till she looks up with laughing eyes, and all she says is, "Goo!" Sometimes I try to walk with her. I talk with her and rock with her. She knows some way my love for her is tender and is true, and so I sit and speak with her and seek with her the cheek of her, to brush with little kisses, and quite all she says is, "Goo!" She toddles in to share with me, my chair with me, her air with me, is that of Queen Imperious. My heart her subject true, upon the floor she lies with me, and tries with me to rise with me, when romping time is over, and she looks up and says, "Goo!" Oh, she is such a part of me, the heart of me, an art of me, could not express my love for her, so tender and so true. She is the treasure blessed of me, heart's guest of me, the best of me, this little baby girl of me, who looks up and says, "Goo!" End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Little Mischievous by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Somebody went and broke my doll and let her sawdust out on Mamma's floor, and my, there's sawdust scattered all about. That's scandalous, and by my Mamma'll come and say, "I see it, little Mischievous has been around today." And sometimes when the sugar bowl's left open, she says in, "I guess it, little Mischievous has been around again." And my, I'm awful much surprised and asked how does she know? But she just says a little bird flew in and told her so. One time somebody went, she did, and broke my jumping jack. And Mamma says, "I see it, little Mischievous is back." And when somebody spilled preserves right on the pantry shelf, she says, "I see it, Mischievous has tried to help herself." One day somebody tore my dress, and she says, "I see it, little Mischievous is just as busy as can be." And my, I'm awful much surprised and asked how does she know? But she just says a little bird flew in and told her so. Somebody throwed my blocks outdoors, and they got all wet and all peeled off, 'tis why it rained, and Mamma says she bet that little Mischievous is back from topsy-turvy town and must be hiding in the house or else somewheres around. Once Mamma's going to spank her when she catches her, and so I asked her not to, 'cause she's just a little girl, you know, and don't know any better, and to plague and pester us till she just laughs, 'tis why she says I'm little Mischievous. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Travels of Mortimer Brown by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. This is the story of Mortimer Brown, who went for his mother some errands in town, who was told he must come back as quick as he could, and as earnestly promised his mother he would. He went down the front steps both 3 at a time, and swung on the gate, for the swinging was prime. He teetered on all the loose boards in the walk, and met Jimmy Brady and sat down to talk. He climbed up the trunk of a big tree that stands not so far from his home, and he swung with both hands. He passed the cow pasture and stopped for a stroll, climbed the fence and turned twice on the very top pole. Then he turned a few handsprings all through the long grass, and sat on the fence to watch Peter Bates pass with a big flock of sheep, and he got himself chased by the biggest black ram, and he fell in his haste down the bank of the brook, and he sat there about half an hour in the sun till his clothes were dried out. He laid off his coat since the day was so hot, and chose a by-path through the strawberry plot. He gathered some berries to eat on his way, till alarmed by the watchdog's deep ominous bay. Then he followed a rabbit as far as he could, until it was lost in the depth of a wood, and marked a bee tree so to find it again when he and Jim Brady should visit Beech Glen. So tired then he was that he sat down to rest, and he fell sound asleep with his coat and his vest spread under his head, when the rumble of wheels on the road waked him up, and he saw Elmer Beals driving by in the lane, and he climbed up beside on a big load of squashes and had a fine ride, and helped lead the horses to water as soon as they both reached the town in the late afternoon. And then, oh alas, the long list mother wrote of the things he should get had dropped out of his coat. So he bought some stick candy and cookies. He knew of the things she would need, they must surely be two, and munching them sadly the whole of the way. Back homeward he wondered what mother would say. I wonder if ever in country or town you have known such a lad as this Mortimer Brown. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Adventures 3 by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Tammy Mono. I know a little sailor who has never been to sea, but walks the deck of our back porch as bold as he can be. He never shows a sign of fear when in the stoutest gale, nor ever lost a ship, although he never reefed a sail. I've heard him send his crew aloft when fearful tempests blew, but though I've searched the rigging oft, I never saw the crew. I'm sure he is a sailor, for his mother showed to me his clothes such as the sailors wear when they go forth to sea. I know a little hunter who has never fired a gun, but roams about our orchard with a painted wooden one, a hunter of such prowess that he hasn't left a bear, a tiger or an animal of that description there. I know he used to see them, for I've seen him creep and crawl, and finally destroy one that I never saw at all. I'm sure he was a hunter, for I saw his buckskins spread, just as a plainsman leaves them on the footboard of his bed. I know a little soldier who has never been to war, but wears a splendid uniform, all buttoned down before. I've seen him drill in our backyard a dozen times a day. I've seen him march and counter in a military way. I've heard him shout commands with all a captain's dignity, but though I've searched the lawn, I never saw his company. I'm sure he was a soldier, for I saw the clothes he wore last night beside his bed when he had finished with the war. Sometimes he gets a wetting when the seas are very high, and has to have his sailor clothes hung on the line to dry. So he becomes a soldier, and upon a march he goes, and what he is this moment quite depends upon his clothes. He never shoots a lion when he wears a sailor suit, or walks the deck in buckskins, which he only wears to shoot, and never thinks of drilling or of marching off to war, unless he wears his uniform with buttons down before. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When They Love You So by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox by Jody Holman. One time, I'm awful sick in bed, and sometimes I'm delirious, 'cause I got fever in my head. And when I'm the most serious, my pa, he sits beside of me, and then he rubs my head. And then he says when I get well, why, he won't ever scold his boy again. And then my ma, she rubs my head, it's burning hot, and in her chin is shivers, and she says, poor Ned, his little hands so white and thin. And then she said she never knew how precious just a boy could be, and when I'm well she's going to do ist what I want her to for me. And by my auntie comes and says when I get well, why, she don't care if I have 20 drums, and she'll buy a sled for me. And my big sister's going to buy a really pony ist as quick as ever doctor says 'at I am well again from being sick. And even our old hired man comes in and stays a while with me whenever doctor says he can, ist kind and gentle as can be, 'cause once he had a boy, and then he had the fever, and that's why he's awful kind to me, and when he sees me, why, he starts to cry. And even teacher comes to see me on her way from school, and then she says it won't be hard for me when I come back to school again, 'cause she won't make my lessons long, or keep me after school. And she just wants me to get well and strong, and then she stoops and kisses me. And that's the way you really know how much they love you, when your head is burning up, and you can't go nowheres except to stay in bed, And even if you're awful bad and hot with fever, why, you know it makes you feel ist sweet and glad because they all ist love you so. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Somebody Did by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Somebody stood up right top of a chair and reached in the cookie jar way up there when nobody's looking and Mama's asleep and all of us children was playing Bo Peep. Nowhere's near the pantry and trying to get some cookies, and some way the jar got upset. And my, it is busted all over the floor. But John, he ain't scared, and he rapped on the door. While all of us children we runned off and hid. And then he says, Ma, see what somebody did. And all of us children we runned off and hid, 'cause we don't know who done it, but somebody did. Somebody crawled up in the big leather chair by the library table what stood over there when we was a-playin' nowheres near the ink, and Mama was sewin', and what d'ye think? Somebody upset it and knocked it its chug right off'n the table and down on the rug, and my, it is busted and runned everywheres. But John, he ain't scared, and he ran right upstairs, while all of us children we runned off and hid, and then he says, Ma, see what somebody did. And all of us children we runned off and hid, 'cause we don't know who done it, but somebody did. And once when the kitchen was all scrubbed so clean, the floor was as shiny as ever you seen, and we was all playin' outdoors in the street, somebody went in with the muddiest feet and tracked it all over the floor. It's a sight, and my, when we seen it, we ist shook with fright, 'cause none of us children went near it all day. But John, he ain't scared, and he went right away, while all of us children we runned off and hid, and then he says, Ma, see what somebody did. And all of us children we runned off and hid, 'cause we don't know who done it, but somebody did. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Waders by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The queerest things rained down all over our street, with long legs like spiders and muddy brown feet. They must have rained down, for I saw them all run through puddles and mud ere the shower was done. They're some sort of waders, and all over town, through pools and deep gutters they splash up and down. Bare-headed, bare-legged, barefooted and wet, the waders of Frog Pond, I hear them splash yet. The rain fell in torrents, the gutters' deep tides were black, and the rain barrels ran o'er their sides. The frothy white waters whirled from the eave spout, but with the first lull all the waders came out. They danced in the frog ponds, they sounded the streams in gutters, and made the air shrill with their screams. They rolled up their dresses and trousers and dashed through mud, froth and water, and waded and splashed. And forth with the waders came all kinds of dogs, came sailors with bark boats, came navies of frogs, came big rubber boots in such tiny brown legs, came floating armadas of cans and half kegs, came long poles for sounding, came all sorts of craft, unseaworthy boxes made over to rafts. I wonder if ever in my life again I'll see so much gladness come down with the rain. They must have rained down, for a minute ago the frog pond was dry and deserted, you know. There wasn't a wader, a dog, or a craft, a pair of gum boots, a bark boat or raft. The eaves but done dripping, scarce dry as the spout, when lo, all the navy of waders is out. The pond's full of ships as the old Spanish Main. Who'd think so much fun could come down with the rain? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Prisoned Pupil by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Michelle Eaton. The Prisoned Pupil. She kept him after school when all the birds were singing sweetly in the woods, and words could not describe his sufferings. The air was full of blossoms and the earth was fair, except to him, because he did not know his geography. She would not let him go. And when he heard us close the door, the tears rolled down his cheeks, and he lived many years in just a singular hour. It was like some old torture, some cruel martyrdom. How could he study when he knew that we were going gaily homeward, glad and free, while he was kept a prisoner because he did not know where Venezuela was? And when he thought of how we're apt to go in swimming after school, his grief and woe was almost more than he could bear. And yet she sternly kept him there, and would not let him leave his seat, although he felt he must, and so she bowed his spirit in the dust. And after a while, when it's too late to play, she looked at him in such a scornful way, as though he was a criminal, and said he might go home. His proud and haughty head was bent with grief, and he went slowly out the schoolroom door, and then looked all about, as though released from prison, and the brand of sin on him was more than he could stand. And he went slowly homeward, bowed with shame. O Liberty, the crimes done in thy name. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Prayer for Jimmy Banks by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Dear Lord, excuse Jim Banks and me for hitting Auntie Griggs when we threw snowballs at the cat because we did not know where Auntie was. Jim Banks and me are sorry, Lord, for drawing teacher on the board, and after what we got, we do not need more punishment from you. Excuse Jim Banks especially because his mother's dead, and he just heard of you the other day and is too bashful yet to pray. But you would like him if you knew Jim Banks as well as we all do, and if you have some clothes to spare, remember him, for he's quite bare. He says old shoes will help him some, and some warm pants, and he will come most any night, but where he stays he earns his keep by working days. And if there is an angel there who might like him and you can spare, would you mind telling this to him and see what he could do for Jim? And Jimmy's hat is straw and old. You know the weather's pretty cold, and Jimmy's ears stick out into the weather, and his nose gets blue. Dear Lord, please do the very best you can for him. I've got a vest and sweater on the closet shelf that I'm going to give myself. And beg your pardon, Lord, and pray my soul to keep, and Jimmy may be president some day, and then we'll all be proud of him. Amen. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Child's Christmas Prayer by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Dear Lord, be good to Santa Claus. He's been good to me. I never told him so because he is so hard to see. He must love little children so, to come through snow and storm. Please care for him when cold winds blow, and keep him nice and warm. Dear Lord, be good to him, and good to Merry Christmas, too. I'd like to tell them, if I could, the things I'm telling you. They've both been very good to me, and everywhere they go, they make us glad. No wonder we all learn to love them so. Please have him button up his coat, so it will keep him warm, and wear a scarf about his throat if it should start to storm. And when the night is dark, please lend him light if stars are dim, or maybe sometimes you could send an angel down with him. Please keep his heart so good and kind that he will always smile, and tell him maybe we will find and thank him after a while. Please keep him safe from harm, and keep quite near and guard him when he's tired and lays him down to sleep. Dear Lord, please do. Amen. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Henry Blake's Chum by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Henry Blake's chum, he had awful red hair, and most of his clothes were too small, and often he wore his feet bare, until it was late in the fall. But he would just whistle as though he had shoes, was never discouraged or glum, and most any boy would be sorry to lose a fellow like Henry Blake's chum. Henry Blake's chum, he knew all about trees, and wood ticks and crickets and birds, and all of the things that a boy really sees, but can't always tell them in words. And he knew where the fish were the most apt to bite, and when the first blackberries come, and how to catch birds in a trap when they light. No wonder he's good for a chum. Henry Blake's chum, he had rabbits for pets, and crows that he taught how to speak, and dogs that will haw you, and he often gets a new dog or two every week. And often he crawls up and catches a frog between his first finger and thumb, where it may be sitting alone on a log. And Henry's proud of his chum. Henry Blake's chum, he knew all about flowers, and always could tell you their name, and didn't mind thunder or lightning or showers, because he said it's all the same, so long as you're barefoot and haven't much clothes. And he knew how partridges drum, and whistled just like a Bob White's whistle goes. No wonder he's somebody's chum. Henry Blake's chum, he came up from the farm, and he was awful ashamed in school not to know the big bone in your arm, or what the equator was named. But when it came recess, we all stood about and waited until he would come, and he told us things we had never found out. And Henry's proud of his chum. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Once Upon a Time by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Once upon a time rare flowers grew on every shrub and bush we used to see. The skies above our heads were always blue. The woods held secrets deep for you and me. The hillsides had their caves where tales were told of swart-cheeked pirates from a far-off clime, when cutlasses were fierce and rovers bold. Don't you remember? Once upon a time. Once upon a time, from sun to sun, the hours were full of joy. There was no care, and webs of gaudy dreams in air were spun, of deeds heroic and of fortunes fair. The jangling schoolhouse bell was all the woe our spirits knew, and in its tuneless chime was all the sorrow of the long ago. Don't you remember? Once upon a time. Once upon a time the witches rode in sinister and ominous parade, with their sticks at night, and queer lights glowed with eerie noises by the goblins made. And many things mysterious there were for boyish cheeks to pale at through the grime that held them brown, and shadows queer would stir. Don't you remember? Once upon a time. Once upon a time our faith was vast, to compass all the things on sea and land that boys have trembled o'er for ages past, nor ever could explain or understand, and in that faith found happiness too deep for all the gifted tongues of prose or rhyme, and joys ineffable we could not keep. Don't you remember once upon a time? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Way to School by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Caitlin 11. 5 minutes chasing butterflies way over off the road. 5 minutes watching Willie Price do tricks with his pet toad. 5 minutes helping Gibbsy get his pig back in the pen. I wonder if it's school time yet. I guess I'm late again. I think I lost a little time because I walked so slow, where Johnny Watkins lost a dime a day or two ago. It's underneath the leaves somewhere, and Johnny feels so blue that I just stopped a minute there because he asked me to. And it rained a little bit, and Dominic McPhee had his straw hat and had to sit under a good thick tree, or else he'd get it spoiled and get the top all swelled, you see. A straw hat is not safe to wet, his kind especially. And after we had saved his hat from getting spoiled for him, a big woodpecker came and sat upon a rotten limb. And Johnny said when they're about, somebody told the boys, you see a lot of worms come out to see what makes the noise. So then we boys all stayed about a couple minutes more, in hopes to see the worms come out which he was rapping for. But after he went burr, burr, a while he flew away, and Johnny said he guessed there were no worms at home that day. So then we hurried up and ran as fast as we could run, to get there just as school began, and just when it's begun. I had to run back to the tree to get my slate and rule, and yet the teachers cannot see why boys are late for school. End of poem. This is a recording in the public domain.
A Present for Little Boy Blue by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Damien1110. Our neighbor, he calls me his little boy Blue whenever he goes by our yard, and he says good morning or how do you do, but sometimes he winks awful hard. I guess he don't know what my name really is, or else he forgot if he knew. And my, you would think I am really part his, he calls me his little boy Blue. Our neighbor, he told me that little boy Blue once stood on his toys in a row, and said, now don't go till I come back for you, but that was a long time ago. And one time at Christmas when I had a tree, he brought me a sled all brand new, and smiled when he said it was partly for me and partly for little boy Blue. Our neighbor, he's not going to have any tree, so he says the best he can do is try to get something to partly give me and partly give little boy Blue. Because if he's here it would make him so glad, and he said he knew it was true, that ever and ever so many folks had a boy just like little boy Blue. Our neighbor, he calls me his little boy Blue, and said he would like to help trim our tree when it came. He would feel that he knew it was partly for me and for him. He said he would fix it with lice and rice flowers, with popcorn and berries, you see. He'd like to come over and help to trim ours. He's not going to have any tree. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Evolution of an Adoption by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. He's ist a little orphaned boy what goes to school with me and ain't got any parents 'cause his folks is dead, you see. And when he sees my toys and things, my butt his eyes is shine, and he ain't got no marbles, so I give him half of mine. And once it's orful stormy when it's noon and he can't go back where he works for board and clothes to get his lunch, and so I had some sandwiches and things 'at he thought was ist fine, and 'cause he didn't have no lunch, I give him half of mine. And once when we went down to fish, he come along with me, and when we're there, says he ist wish 'at he could fish. You see, he's orful poor and brought a pole, but didn't have a line. And when I saw how bad he felt, I'd give him half of mine. And one time I is told my ma how he don't have much fun, 'cause he ain't got no ma or pa or aunt or anyone. And then I told her how I thought 'at it would be is fine, 'cause he ain't got no mother if I'd give him half of mine. He ain't my brother really true, he is an orphan so. My ma she took him 'cause she knew he had no place to go. I'm awful glad we got him, and my pa thinks it is fine. He didn't have no mother, so I give him half of mine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Some Girls That Mama Knew by Victor J. Daly. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. My mamma says at once it was a little girl she knew who went and cried and hissed because she wanted to. And while her face was all askew, the wind changed, so they say, and mamma told me, at it's true, her face is stayed that way. And when she told me at wah nen, I said I'd never cry again. My mamma said at once she heard a little girl like me tell ist one fib, and says my word. Her mamma looked to see where was her tongue, and goodness me, her mouth was ist all bare, and where her tongue had ought to be, there wasn't any there. And when she told me at why, nen, I said I'd never fib again. My mamma knew a little girl 'at used to run away when her dear mother'd start to curl her hair, and one fine day some gypsies took her off somehow and stole her from her home. And my, her hair is awful now, 'cause gypsies never comb. And since she told me 'at, why, nen, I never runned away again. I never don't make fun, she says, of folks 'at's blind or lame, or got red hair or warts unless you want to be the same. 'Cause lots of times it happens so, and surely if you do, you never, never, never know what's going to happen you. And since she told me 'at, why, nen, I never don't make fun again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Gone by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. He fell in a puddle and muddied his dress. He struck little Bob with a hammer, I guess. He cut sister's curls with a big pair of shears and left ragged edges down over her ears. He muddied the floor that was just scrubbed so clean. He lighted a match near the canned gasoline. He broke all his soldiers and smashed all his toys, and yet we forgave him, for boys will be boys. He singed the cat's whiskers and cut off its tail and then turned it loose with its discordant wail. He dropped bread and jelly upon a big chair and thought of it only when Auntie sat there. He sheared the pet poodle one midwinter day. His father is frantic, his mother is gray. His aunt and his grandma protest at his noise, and then all forgive him, for boys will be boys. He clamors for cookies, for jelly and jam. He shuts ne'er a door, but he gives it a slam. He dabbles in paint, be it red, blue or green. He loves to play hob with the sewing machine. And then, well, he's gone into trousers and vests. For years must be passing and time never rests. And some day we look at a picture, and then we wish, strange it is, that we had him again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Neighbor's Boys by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. Somebody shot our cat's eye out, and stole our gate, and just about scared Aunt Sophia chained to death, so's she could hardly get her breath, by puttin' on some sheets, all white, it just gave her a tur'ble fright. And who on earth do you suppose put on them big, white ghostes clothes, and made that tur'ble screechy noise? The neighbors' boys. And every night it's dark, you know, somebody plays some tic-tac-toe on folks's windows what's a-scared, and just as if they never cared if they get caught or not. And when you're gone to bed they come again until you're just so nervous you don't hardly know just what to do. And who makes such a scary noise? The neighbors' boys. And in somebody tears your clothes, and skins your face, and hurts your nose, until it bleeds. And then your ma says 'at she never saw such heathen youngsters. And they come and break your sled and pound your drum until it busts, and won't go away. It ain't no matter what you say, and they're the ones 'at break your toys. The neighbors' boys. And it's funny, 'cause you know, you ain't the only ones 'at's so. 'Cause all the next door neighbors say it seems exactly the same way, and when their boys gets hurted so's it gives 'em tur'ble bloody nose, and someone shoots their cat's eye out, and plays tic-tac. They know about who does it and who makes the noise. The neighbors' boys. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Quiet Afternoon by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. My mama, she did go to call about an hour ago, and said if I ain't bad at all and stayed at home with Flo, which is the maid that cooks for us, she'd bring me something good. But if I'm one bit mischievous, she didn't think she would. And I'm still, is like a mouse. I never went outdoors, but is set down inside the house, and took her bureau drawers and emptied 'em, ist one by one, and when they're emptied, in I looked through what's there for fun, and put 'em back again. And in I found the nicest ink, and one of 'em was red, and one was black, and in I think I spilt some on the bed. But I wiped it up, is so, and stopped it with a quilt so clean you wouldn't hardly know it's ever once been spilt. Well, in I looked up on the shelf and found her scissors there, and got 'em down all by myself, and cut off all my hair. 'Cause I don't think it's nice for girls like me 'at's almost through first reader to wear such a curls like mamma makes me do. And Flo gave me some bread and jam, 'cause I ist cried and cried ist 'cause I'm hungry now, I am, and in I went inside, and maybe I did let it lay around the room somewhere, 'cause Flo came in to watch me play and squashed it on a chair. And after a while I wish my ma would is come back, she would, 'cause I'm gettin' drefful tired o' simply bein' good. My eyes is so full of sand and heavy, is like lead. Oh, I dess it's sleepy land. I dess I'll go to bed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Ownerless Toys by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. Our Uncle Bill's attic is half full of toys, with some that are almost brand new. He's got things up there for most all kinds of boys, from 10 years old clear down to 2. And one day he gave me some books from up there like boys had a long time ago, and I asked if the boy they belonged to would care, but he just sort of smiled and said no. Sometimes we would go in his attic to play and find such a lot of fine things. A whole lot of picture books all piled away and tops that were wound up with strings. And Uncle Bill told us to use what was there just as if it was ours, and we'd go. But we'd ask if the boy they belonged to would care, and he just sort of smiled and said no. And my! There were sleds with their runners all rust, and 5 or 6 good pairs of skates, some old-fashioned toys that were covered with dust, and fish lines and school books and slates, which Uncle Bill told us we fellows might share, but always put back when we go. And we thought that the boy they belonged to might care, but he just sort of smiled and said no. And the boy they belonged to, I guess, was away. At least, we all thought he must be, for all through the house they could hear us at play, but he never came up there to see. And we would pile everything back up with care, and ask Uncle Bill when we'd go if the boy they belonged to would know we'd been there, but he just sort of smiled and said no. Our Uncle Bill's attic is half full of toys, some old ones and some almost new. He's got things up there for most all kinds of boys, from 10 years old clear down to 2. And often when we boys go up there to play, we ask Uncle Bill when we go if the boy they belong to will be back that day. And he smiles sort of sad and says no. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Stranger by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. Serious-minded little maid, wondering and half afraid, half inclined to speak with me, half disposed to let me be, hesitating yet, and shy, half a twinkle in your eye, half in doubt and half in fear, staying neither far nor near. How I wonder what you see with those eyes that question me, what the instinct bids you know if I may be friend or foe. Fawn-like, full of grace and sweet, ready with fast-flying feet in the orchard's deepest shade to find cover, little maid, grave and curious little lass, like a wild bird in the grass, still intently watching me, with your wings half spread, to see if my smile bodes good or ill, willing to make friends and still undecided if to stay here and near or fly away. Serious-minded little maid, when, with smiles and unafraid, o'er the lawn you come to me, stranger to you though I be, when your curious eyes have tried soul with mine and, satisfied, looked still into mine and smiled. Blessed am I, little child. Blessed am I to be just worthy of your childish trust, more than conqueror of kings, when the wild bird of your wings bids you fly not forth but see something tender, kind, in me. Oh, the gladness you have laid at my heart's gate, little maid. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. In Vacation Time by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. There's a hole in his hat with the hair sticking through, and a toe that peeps out from a hole in his shoe. There's a patch in his trousers, a darn in his hose, and a freckle that tilts on the bridge of his nose. But oh, in his heart there's the glimmer and shine of a sun that I wish could be shining in mine. There's a smudge on his face that is dusty and dark, but a song in his heart like the song of a lark. There's a rent in his coat where the lining shows through, but the whistle he tunes to the wild bird is true. And, oh, in his heart, with a sparkle like wine, is a gladness I wish could be sparkling in mine. There's an imp in his hair that may keep it awry, but a twinkle so rare in the blue of his eye. There's an uneven slant of his trousers, made fast with a nail through their tops, for a button won't last. But deep in his heart lies a spring, cool and fine, of good cheer, that I wish could be bubbling in mine. There's a tan on his cheek where the flush of health glows, and the skin has all peeled from the tip of his nose. His pockets are bulged with tops, marbles and strings, with jackknives and other uncountable things. But the brooks and the woods bring a music divine to his ears that I wish they were bringing to mine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Bereaved by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. Guess he must be awful old. We had him years and years. And he's so old the ends were worn all off of both his ears. He couldn't hardly eat, because his teeth were all worn out, and all his legs got stiff, so he could hardly drag about. One day he lay down by the house, right near the cellar door, and gasped for breath, until he couldn't any more. So I went out and patted him, and when he heard me call, he looked at me and wagged his tail, which died the last of all. My, he was black and curly once, when he was new and young, and he would open up his mouth at us and curl his tongue, just like he laughed, and played with us. And he would go into the creek, and bring our hats to us, or anything we threw. In winter we would hitch him up, and he would haul our sled, and walk or trot or run with it, or anything we said. So when he wagged his tail at me I laid him right beside the cellar door, and then I went behind the barn and cried. He was a friend of all the boys, and when they came to play he'd wag his tail and bark and look at them the smartest way, and he'd pretend to bite at them and nip their pants, but he would never bite, 'cause he was just as kind as he could be. And Henry Watson looked at him beside the cellar door, and said, "He'll never haul us boys on our sled any more." He turned his ears back straight and nice. He liked him awful well, because he had tears in his eyes, and then a big one fell. So after a while we got a spade, and Billy Gibson came, and Tommy Dean and Eddie Brink, and they all felt the same. We dug some turf up in the yard, right underneath a tree, and laid him in and left him there, all covered carefully. It was an awful solemn day for all of us, for though he'd got worn out and couldn't eat, we boys all liked him so. And Eddie Brink, he didn't think the Lord would really care if we boys sang a hymn for him and said a little prayer. My, it was awful sad that day. And Tommy said he thought we wouldn't play that afternoon, because he'd rather not. And Mamma made some nice ice cream, which cheered us up, but when we wanted her to eat, she said she couldn't eat just then. And Amy Robbins heard of it, and brought some leaves and flowers to scatter over him, because he was a friend of ours. And I told her I patted him, and when he heard me call he looked at me and wagged his tail, which died the last of all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Two Little Maids by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Little Miss Nothing to Do is fretful and cross and so blue, and the light in her eyes is all dim when she cries, and her friends, they are few, oh so few. Her dolls, they are nothing but sawdust and clothes. Whenever she wants to go skating, it snows, and everything's crisscross, the wood is askew. I wouldn't be Little Miss Nothing to Do, now true. I wouldn't be little Miss Nothing to do, would you? Little Miss Busy all day is cheerful and happy and gay, and she isn't a shirk, for she smiles at her work, and she romps when it comes time for play. Her dolls, they are princesses, blue-eyed and fair. She makes them a throne from a rickety chair, and everything happens the jolliest way. I'd rather be little Miss Busy all day. Hurry! I'd rather be little Miss Busy all day, I say. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A New Christmas Carol by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox by Jody Holman. Come, children, I'll tell you a wonderful tale. I learned it one night in a dream. The snow lay all white and the full moon shone pale. The housetops were agleam. I'd fallen asleep in my big easy chair. I heard a gruff voice in my ear. I knew that St. Nicholas surely was there and listened to see what I'd hear. Come, follow with me, were the first words he said. I'm off for my palace of snow. I've emptied my pack of each doll, toy, and sled. It's time for old Santa to go. But oh, I've a treat waiting for me tonight. I've planned it for years in my mind. Come, follow with me while the moon is still bright. I rose, and we sped like the wind. We flew like a flash to the palace of snow, by hilltop and valley and plain. Nor ever will I be permitted, I know, to make such a journey again. And there in the warmest and coziest nook he bade me sit down while he dressed in robes of rich scarlet and said to me, Look, here come the child hosts of the blessed. A flash of his eye and my wonderment grew, a word and a wave of his rod. Forth came orphan Annie and little boy Blue, and winkin' and blinkin' and nod. With Alice from Wonderland, blue-eyed and fair, Tom Tucker, Jack Horner with him. And oh, at the last, can you guess who was there? Poor Topsy and dear Tiny Tim. He spread out his arms, and they passed one by one, each laden with treasures and toys. And never or ever a night of such fun was passed by such girls and such boys. Nor ever will Annie be orphan with him, he told me. And little boy Blue came back from the shadows all misty and dim, so glad that the toy dog was true. And always he'll keep them with him, he told me, through all of the years. Poor Topsy and Alice and dear Tiny Tim, and Topsy will know no more tears. But tales of them all he will bring Christmas night, the brightest and sweetest and best, that our boys and girls may know joy and delight from Santa's child hosts of the blessed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Reconciliation of Pa by Victor J. Daly. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. My Pa he's disappointed, 'cause I ain't a boy. 'At is he ain't now, but he used to was. He likes me 'cause I'm his, and buys me lots of toys and things. But when I first begun, Ma said he's awful fond of boys, and ist wished I was one. But now he don't care any more, 'cause I'm growed up so nice. He likes me better 'n before, and there ain't any price 'at you could offer him for me, and he would take it, 'cause I'm so much nicer, don't you see, 'an my Pa thought I was. When I'm come first, my mamma said 'at he 'ud ruther I 'ud been a boy the stork had brought. She says she don't see why, 'cause she ist thinks that little girls are awful nice, and when you wash ear face and brush ear curls, e're nicer 'n ever 'en. but he is disappointed. 'Twas at first he didn't know how really truly nice I was, but when I came to grow he wouldn't take the world for me, so he told Ma, "Ist 'tus I'm so much nicer, don't you see?" And my Pa thought I was. And my Ma says 'at if I grow up, ist so nice and sweet as I am now, my Pa will know 'at Stork was hard to beat, and he won't never wish again 'at I'm a boy. Ist 'tus he'll know how sweet I am, and 'en he's glad I'm what I was. 'Cause boys are awful nice at first, 'at is you think they are, and when they're big they're ist the worst, and girls is better far. And Ma says if you want 'em sweet, sweet as sweet can be, you'll find it awful hard to beat a little girl like me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A World Without Care by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Arisa Kinugawa. There's a song that is sweet and a whistle that is clear. There's a dog at his feet and another one near. There's a fish in the brook and a line that is whirled. There's a worm on a hook. All is well with the world. There's a rock that has slipped from the bank to the brink. There's a hat that is dipped in the brook for a drink. There's a line that is cast where an eddy is swirled. There's a fat perch caught fast. All is well with the world. There's a heart full of joy and a handful of fish. There's a satisfied boy, glad as Gladys could wish. There are leaves green and cool where the fat perch is curled. There are more in the pool. All is well with the world. There's an angler come home at the close of the day. There's a chirp in the gloam of a whistle so gay. There's a monster near caught where the foam danced and curled. There's a meal piping hot. All is well with the world. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Right After School by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Louise on January 16, 2021 in Rochester Hills, Michigan. Right After School. I know where's the happiest kingdom in all of the world I have seen. No bigger than grandfather's orchard, and all of it's grassy and green. It has but a few dozen people, the happiest youngsters alive. 'Tis ruled by a princess of 7 and one little soldier of 5. There's one little crown made of daisies, and one little sword made of tin, and one little drum that goes rolling betimes with a terrible din. You'd think that a war was beginning by all of the noise that is made, when really it's only the army declaring itself on parade. In all of the bounds of the kingdom there isn't a book or a chore. The reign of the princess begins when the school day is over at 4. Her castle with turrets and towers is right near a big apple tree. It isn't a visible castle, but if you were there you could see. And if you should chance to be looking that way when the proud princess comes, you'd see a bold soldier go marching and hear a fierce rattle of drums. You'd see loyal subjects and happy, with no thought of table or rule. You'd want to belong to the kingdom of Right After School. It's really a well-behaved people. They put by their slates and their books, and have little use for an army, except as a matter of looks. But nobody dares say addition, division, subtraction. If you should mention a one of these subjects, the tin sword would run you right through. But you can say swinging or jumping or follow my leader, nor fear you break any law of the country. And if from your window you hear a chorus of voices or laughter when evening grows twilight and cool, You'll know 'tis the music they make in the kingdom of right after school. There's not a sad heart in the kingdom, nor ever or ever a tear, and all of the sorrows of school days are lost or forgotten in here. The make-believe fairies go singing with songs that are wondrously sweet. The green turf is flecked with white dresses and patters with fast-flying feet. It's just between schools out in tea time, an hour or so of the day, and often I see them there crowning with daisies the princess of play. Then someone calls, "Supper time, children," when evening grows twilight and cool. It fades from my sight till tomorrow, the kingdom of right after school. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Plea for Old Friends by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. I was fond indeed of poor Revere in the days of my earlier age, and the picture of him stands out clear from the old school reader page. And I've seen the light in the belfry tower, I've heard the hoof beats too, but alas, alas, in an evil hour, they say it's all untrue. And Barbara Frietchie, all these years, from guileless boyhood down, I've seen the flag and heard the cheers in far-off Frederick town, and I've seen Jackson lift his hat and bid his troops march on. But now, alas, they tell me that is a dreamer's tale and gone. And oft at night, as though 'twere real, I've heard the flames' wild roar, I've seen Jim Bludso hold the wheel till the last galoot's ashore. I thought the better of men for it, and of duty to die or do, but some wise men of little wit say none of the tale is true. Oh, leave me the ride of poor Revere, and the story of Frederick town, the nozzle agin the bank so clear from guileless boyhood down. Leave me the curfew that was not rung, leave them for me and you, and let more songs like these be sung, though none of them be true. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Boyville Cadets by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Hark! What is that clatter and patter of feet? The Boyville Cadets are halfway up the street. They march 2 by 2, a most bloodthirsty horde, led by Captain Tom Jones with a big wooden sword. They're mostly bare-legged and coatless and brown, a make-believe army from all parts of town, with guns on their shoulders all whittled from laugh, and woe to the foeman who crosses their path. Bob Brown has a fife and Bill Blake has a drum. See now in what martial procession they come. Jim Dobbs waves the flag with victorious flirt, a long willow pole with a red woolen shirt, and Corporal Brownlegs he squints down the line. Attention! Right shoulder, guide right. Oh, it's fine to know you've no troubles, no worries, no debts, and march down the street with the Boyville Cadets. Now Sergeant Big Freckles cries hep, hep, and hep to see that the army keeps right perfect step, and General Red Hair reins up with great force to shout some command from his make-believe horse. Then Captain Tom Jones gives a formal salute and rests his big sword on the toe of his boot. For woe to the foe that harasses or frets the solid platoon of the Boyville Cadets. Then Corporal Barefoot is ordered to scout for bloodthirsty redskins and look all about. They march single file through the thick-growing trees, for favorite haunts of the red men are these. For off in the woods is an ear-splitting shout. Alas, 'tis the death cry of Barefoot the scout. And now all the air rings with war whoops and cries. Bang, bang go the laughs, and the red savage dies. A hand-to-hand fight and the battle is done. In the orchard the redskins lie dead, every one. But oh, woe is me, for all gory and red lies barefoot the scout by the red men struck dead. The Boyville cadets lift him out of the dirt. They wrap him about with the old woolen shirt, and then with drums muffled and heads sadly bowed, they bear him back home with the flag for a shroud. Then General Red Hair in orders gives thanks to all of his soldiers and bids them break ranks. For out of the distance he hears a shrill call, Tom, Joe, Bill, Jim, children, why, where are you all? Then barefoot the scout to his life is restored, and Captain Tom Jones hides his big wooden sword. For there's wood to be split and there's water to get in the dull private life of the Boyville cadet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Little Boy I Know by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Louise on March 2nd, 2021 in Rochester Hills, Michigan. A Little Boy I Know. A little boy I used to know, from whom I've been away, oh, very many years, took me upon a trip today. It seemed so good to be with him, and he was glad to be companion, guide, and friend until the journey's end with me. I quite forgot my cares with him, nor could I well be sad, as long as he was at my side, for he was blithe and glad. And oh, the merry songs he sang, the tunes he whistled clear, that I had half forgotten till he sang and whistled here. By many a winding stream we went, and many a limpid brook, where oft he bade me stop and cast a line and fishing hook, until we drew a struggling fish from out some eddy deep, and once upon the bank we lay and both fell fast asleep. By clover meadows sweet we strayed, where cowbells tinkled far, deep in the woods where hollow logs and darting squirrels are. And here and there he bade me stop, till he would climb a tree to shake a limb and rattle down some nuts for him and me. Down many a shady lane we walked, through some familiar land, where dreams of faces long forgot arose on every hand. We saw a cottage by the road, and in the kitchen door a woman with the sweetest face, a glimpse and nothing more. And as she vanished from our sight, I saw the teardrops shine in both his eyes, and I could feel the tears well up in mine. He plucked his shabby sleeve to brush the teardrops from his eye, and whispered, I saw mother there. And I said, so did I. And there were spreading apple trees where oft he bade me lie upon the grass and watch the clouds that swept across the sky. He lent me many a dream to dream, of fame and love and truth, such dreams as fancy stores within the treasure heart of youth. Ofttimes we found a sparkling spring and lay upon the brink, our lips laved with its bubbling stream, to drink and drink and drink. And oh, the joys we two renewed, and oh, the hum of bees, the songs of birds, the violets, and treasures such as these. A little boy I used to know, a lad of 9 or 10, took me a journey glad today. I hope he'll come again, to take my hand and walk with me where golden sunshine gleams, to lead me by familiar ways and lend me all his dreams, to keep me near the hopes we had, to whistle merry tunes, to find me dawns like those we knew and sunny afternoons. A little boy his mother loved, a lad of 9 or 10. Perhaps you've known and walked with him. I hope he comes again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Asleep at the Circus by James W. Foley. Read from LibriVox.org by Damien1110. Now the last roasted peanut is swallowed, the last clown has gone on parade, the last sugared popcorn been followed by sip of the last lemonade. His eyes, once so big that shone brightly through all of the glad afternoon, are shut and his fingers close tightly and cling to his gaudy balloon. The last acrobat's been applauded and shuffled his way from the man. The last bareback rider's been lauded. The clown with the sugar loaf hat has gone with his powder and spangles. The diver has made his last leap, and here in my arms are brown tangles of curds and the boy fast asleep. One sticky hand rests on my shoulder, one holds fast the gaudy balloon. The strings, and before it's much older, will fade like the glad afternoon. His dreams, it may be, of the maddest of summer songs recklessly heard. The tiredest, sleepiest, gladdest, and sickiest lad in the world. And oh, but the spangles were splendid, and oh, but the music was grand. The side-splitting clown laughter blended with song-stirring airs by the band. Till naught of the glad marvel lingers, save what in his dreams he may keep, as he claps his balloon with closed fingers, and rests in my arms fast asleep. And so from these joys without number, ere aught of the glitter was gone, he went to his dream-laden slumber, whereon plays the music anon. For him all the revel is maddest, for him not the flag has been furled, the tiredest, sleepiest, gladdest, and stickiest lad in the world. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Barriers by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Scrub out his freckles, 'twas nature who gave 'em. Silence his whistle, and comb out his hair. Muffle his footsteps, for people, Lord save 'em, want something noiseless and soulless and fair. Bleach out the spots where the summer sun kissed him, still all the tunes and the bird calls he knew. Then, when he's boy no more, who could resist him? Sun and the wind, here's a lesson for you. Sun and the wind, and the freshness of showers, how could you tempt him to revel and roam, past along hedges and through the wild flowers? Did you not know it would cost him a home? Did you not know when the gay bluebird glistened upon the bough, and with wonder he rose with his heart beating glad as he listened? Did you not know it would freckle his nose? Hide your head, daisies, that wave over yonder, gleam in the sunlight and dance by the creek. You bade him leave the pale shadow and wander. Did you not know he might freckle his cheek? You too, the larks, through the green meadows winging, did you not tempt him with glad song and free? Why did you not let him learn through your singing he would be outcast through following thee? Heartless blackberries, you led him from shelter, nuts without shame you did bid him to climb, butterflies bright that he chased helter-skelter. Have you no shame for the depths of your crime? What if the heart of him beats but the truer? What if the soul of him still sweeter grows? What if the eyes of him sparkle the truer? Do you not see you have freckled his nose? Scrub out the freckles? Oh well, doesn't matter. Maybe they'll wash out with plentiful tears. Muffle his footsteps, that no boyish patter rise to offend supersensitive ears. Bid him not whistle the songs the fields taught him. Let him be pale, still, anemic, and thin. Teach him and bleach him, and when you have got him thoroughly colorless, let him come in. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Plaint of the New Doll by Victor J. Daly. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. We got a doll to our house. It tum on Christmas Day. It wasn't hanging on a tree. It tum some other way. He wouldn't let me play with it. He said 'at it might fall. And so it laid here all day long, and squall and squall and squall. Funny yesterday it'll sing, especially for a doll. And Mamma told me when it turned, it wasn't dressed at all. He only let me take one peek. I asked him if I could, as pressed to see if it would squeak, like my own dolly would. And he laughed and laughed and laughed, and wouldn't tell me why. I dest can't imagine why he laughed. It ain't no use to try. And how he fussed and fussed and fussed, and I dess almost all uncles and aunts I dot tum in to see at doll. And he laughed, and Papa laughed. He's like a silly boy. I never saw growed-up folks make such fuss about a toy. I dess I dot most 15 dolls, nice as ever was, and never tist one half as much as my own Papa does. I dess everyone forgot 'at I'm a little doll. Haven't changed my dress to-day. My hair's all out of curl. A's tandy on my face and hands. I don't look nice at all. Everyone forgotten me, for dess a nasty doll. I wished 'at I could det it onked. I'd throw it all about, and knock it so, and slap it so, and shake its sawdust out. And when I saw how it looked, I dess know I'd all be as glad as 'twould be as to have one little girl like me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Child's Almanac by Victor J. Daly. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. My mamma says 'at when it rains, washing heaven's window panes, and careless angels is do fill pails too full, and 'atway spill some water down on us. 'At's why it rains some days when, maybe, I would like to play. And then she says it's them angels' carelessness 'at makes some raindrops fall 'atway at picnics and on circus day. My mamma says 'at when it snows, angels pickin' geese, she knows, and 'stead o' usin' 'em to stuff pillow-cases, is to puff, and blowin' and don't clear up muss till all 'em feathers fall on us. And she says ist pick 'atway 'cause want geese fro' Christmas Day, and 'at's why is most snow right close to Christmas time, you know. My mamma says when wind it roars and blows 'at's when angel snores, but when it's lightnings, she says, why, scratchin' matches on sky, and when it rumbles 'bove our heads, movin' furniture and beds up and cleaning house and shakes mothballs out, and 'at's what makes it hail. And whether she ist declares ist what angels does upstairs. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Loser by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason. The sun withheld its light that day. That night the stars were dim. The portent of the earth and sky was ominous for him. There was no gladness in the world. The fields held no delight. The day of all his joys dissolved and melted into night. He rubbed his pitching arms and felt the muscles rise and fall. He wondered what the cruel fate that lost the game of ball. He wandered idly by the brook, forsaken and alone, to be a hero nevermore, unsung, unwept, unknown. 'Twas only yesterday he was the idol of the team. Those cheers and loud hurrahs he heard, could they have been a dream? They called him Tim the Tiger then. Small boys by scores he saw, to bear his glove, his coat, his shoes, with gratitude and awe. With joy they saw his arm laid bare, that mighty arm in brown that wound itself about his head and mowed the batsmen down. And when he went upon the field, the mighty cheer for him showed how their hopes of victory were all bound up in Tim. It was but yesterday he bore the laurels on his brow. But who, alas, is there so low to do him honor now? His heart swells, bursting in his chest. The heart so bruised and sore, could he but go back on the field and pitch that game once more. The tears fall from his eyes like rain, the hot and angry tears. No sorrow has he known like this in all his 15 years. How will he meet the Tigers now? How will look into the eyes of those who staked their all on him and saw him lose the prize? To school he walked secluded ways where once with pride he strode, with awe-struck youngsters all about the middle of the road. Far from the madding crowd he stands upon the playground there, his honors fallen like the leaves in autumn's frosty air. A humble tiger is he now, and small boys pass him by with cruel sneers where once he heard the cheers ring shrill and high. And Reddy Blake, the cyclone curve, is pitcher for the team, while he's but the somnambulist of a quick vanished dream. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Back to School by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Carly. Fell in the creek twice yesterday, slipped and slid from a load of hay. Stepped on a stone and bruised my toe, hardly walk 'cause I'm blistered so. Hit my knee till it's blue and black, sat in the sun and burned my back. When I went to swim, but my, I'm glad, best vacation I ever had. Slid off the old red barn last week, wind all gone so I couldn't speak, when they laid me in upon the bed and put cold water on my head. Got poison ivy on my legs when I went in the weeds to look for eggs, but I've had more fun since I don't know when. Hate to go back to school again. Burned my hands till they're awful sore when the calf ran out of the big barn door, and I tried to hold the rope and fell most 20 feet down the old dry well. Lost my hat that was almost new in the great big lake when the high wind blew, and my pants are torn from many a climb, but I never had such a summer time. Ate poison berries by the creek till they thought I died. I felt so sick, but they gave me ipecac to take, and it cured up all my stomach ache. Got stung by bees, but I got stung best when I was started home with a hornet's nest. And I all swelled up, but I'm gone down now, and it's all in a boy's life anyhow. Nose all peeled till it's red and rough, hands all brown, but I'm awful tough from the exercise, and I'm big and strong 'cause I hoed in a cornfield all day long. And my uncle said that I might stay for harvest time, and he give me pay. And I like to stay, but I have to go back home to school 'cause my ma said so. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Disenchantments by James W. Foley,
LibriVox.org by Sebastian Levine. Here is the brook where the bold pirates ferried, swashbuckling wretches, cold-blooded, unkind. Here is the tree where vast treasure was buried, doubloons we dug for, but never could find. How things have changed since these waters were riven, splashed with our paddles and churned into foam, since the dark nights when the pickaxe was driven, where the lost treasure lay under the loam. Here is the wood with its vastness unbounded, whence the red savage stole noiselessly out, warning us not till its war-whoop was sounded, leaving us scalped on the greensward about. How things have changed from the steed in the stirrup, flintlock and tomahawk whittled from lath. Where our blood ran there's no fluid but syrup, from the sap maples along our warpath. Here is the plain where our scouts reconnoitered, crawling and creeping through morass and glade, sighting some bloodthirsty savage who loitered near by the scene of some scalp-lifting raid. How things have changed since the red deer went leaping, since came the bison by hundreds to browse. Silent the plain where our brave scouts went creeping, save for the lowing of far-distant cows. Here's the cave where our clans were assembled, guarded by sentries nor traitor could reach, ghostly and tomb-like where heroes dissembled, blood-chilling fears in their boldness of speech. Bruce had a refuge here, Wallace lay wounded, hollowed its clammy walls, safe its retreat. Once 'twas a labyrinth, gloomy, unsounded. 'Tis but a gravel pit, just off the street. How things have changed in the years since we knew them, pirate and redskin and treasure and clan. Men walk beside them, and past them and through them, giving no heed that our blood there once ran, making no sign for the struggles that swept them, flintlock and scalplock, raid, warfare, and strife. How things have changed since we cherished and kept them. All of the romance has gone out of life. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Rainy Night by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Sebastian Levine. 'Bout 8 o'clock first night that we were down at the academy, 'twas awful rainy out, and so we both of us stayed in, But we could hear the wind and rain come splashing on the window pane, and after a while, Henry Stout put up the curtain and looked out, and said, "My, ain't she coming down? I wish I was in Beaverstown." And then nobody spoke at all, just listened to the raindrops fall, and Henry sniffled up his nose, because he had a cold, I suppose. And then he said, "I wonder how our folks are getting on by now." And I said, "Oh, I guess all right. My, ain't rainy out tonight." And Henry gave a great big sigh, and swallowed hard. And so did I. And then he said, "My, such a noise. I guess there's lots of homesick boys around tonight." And I said, "Oh, just careless, like, I don't know." And then he said, "I guess Jim Brown is glad he stayed in Beaverstown and didn't have to come down here." And I said, "Do your eyes feel queer? I got a speck in mine, I guess. They water so." And he said, "Yes." And then he looked and tried to smile, and we kept still for quite a while and heard it rain. And then he said, "I suppose our folks are gone to bed and sound asleep by now, I guess." And then I swallowed and said, "Yes." So then we both got into bed and heard it rain, and then he said, "My, ain't she just a-pouring down? I wish I was in Beaverstown." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Kitchen Miracles by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Sebastian Levine. In Aunt Amelia's kitchen there are many wonders done. Such miracles are wrought as never seen beneath the sun. A pumpkin from the garden, just a yellow sphere that lies beneath her skillful handling, ripens quickly into pies. The corn grows into fritters. You must marvel at the change. The apples change to dumplings in the glowing kitchen range. She waves her hands above it, and the milk is cottage cheese. You merely watch her, and you see such miracles as these. She finds it easy, quite, to make blueberries into rolls, and eggs are changed to omelets above the glowing coals. And sometimes when she's fixing the materials for pies, she turns cider into mincemeat right before your very eyes. Sometimes she makes a currant roll you would not think she could, or makes a peach turnover, or does something just as good. But she says quite the hardest task that ever she has found is when she has her boys at tea to make these things go round. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Jim Brady's Big Brother by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Sebastian Levine. Jim Brady's big brother's a wonderful lad, and wonderful, wonderful muscles he had. He swung by one arm from the limb of a tree and hung there while Jim counted up 43, just as slow as he could. And he leaped at a bound across a wide creek and lit square on the ground just as light as a deer. And the things he can do, so Jimmy told us, you would hardly think true. Jim Brady's big brother could throw a fly ball from center to home just like nothing at all, and often while playing a game he would stand and take a high fly with just only one hand. Jim Brady showed us where he knocked a home run and won the big game when it stood 3-1 against the home team, and Jim Brady, he showed the place where it lit in the old wagon road. Jim Brady's big brother could bat up a fly that you hardly could see, for it went up so high, he'd bring up his muscle and break any string that you tied on his arm like it wasn't a thing. He used to turn handsprings and cartwheels, and he could jump through his hands just as slick as could be, and circuses often would want him to go and be in the ring, but his mother said no. Jim Brady's big brother would often make bets with boys that he'd turn 2 complete somersets from off of the springboard before he would dive, and you'd hardly think he would come up alive, and nobody ever who went there to swim could do it, but it was just easy for him. And they'd all be scared, so Jim said, when he'd stay in under and come up a half-mile away. Jim Brady's big brother, so Jim said, could run 5 miles in a race just as easy as 1. Right often he walked on his hands half a block, and could have walked more if he'd wanted to walk. And Jimmy says wait till he comes home from school, where he's gone now, and some day when it's cool, he'll get him to prove everything to be true that Jimmy told us his big brother could do. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Scapegoat by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Sebastian Levine. If anybody comes in late to dinner and don't shut the gate, or doesn't sweep the porch, or go right out and shovel off the snow, or bring in wood or wipe his feet, or leave the woodshed nice and neat, it's me. If anybody doesn't think to carry out the cow a drink, or tracks mud on the kitchen floor, or doesn't shut the cellar door, or leaves the broom out on the stoop, or doesn't close the kitchen coop, it's me. If anybody doesn't bring the hammer in, or breaks a thing, or dulls the axe, or doesn't know what has become of so-and-so that's lost for maybe 6 weeks past, if anybody had it last, it's me. If anything is lost or gone, they've got someone to blame it on. I get the blame for all the rest, because I am the littlest. And if they have to blame someone for what is or what isn't done, it's me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Tragedy of Centerfield by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Sebastian Levine. He muffed the fly that lost the game. He never did before. The boys don't think he'll ever be light-hearted any more. Our captain didn't say a word. He just picked up his bat and started home with downcast head. What words could equal that? Nobody spoke on our whole side, or didn't even ask how Stubby came to muff the fly. Bud Hicks pecked up his mask and sighed an awful sorry sigh. Stub Weeks is not the same. Our boys don't think he ever will, because he lost the game. Nobody asked him to explain. They couldn't understand how Stubby dropped it when he had the ball right in his hand. It sailed from Pudgy Williams' bat and soared just like a bird to center field where Stubby was. Nobody hardly stirred because it was so critical, but Bud Hicks gave a shout. He knew a fly in center field was just as good as out when Stubby Weeks was under it. And then he gave a cry of agony too great for words when Stubby muffed the fly. Our boys all slowly walked away, and even Red Blake's team were too surprised to cheer, because it seemed just like a dream. And over there in center field, Stub Weeks was dreaming too, as though he was Napoleon, and this was Waterloo. The blow was such an awful one, he acted sort of stunned, and then he walked in from the field expecting to be shunned, forevermore, by all his friends. His throat was hoarse and dry. We knew his heart was broken then, because he muffed the fly. He saw us all pick up our things and walk away, and then the awful stain upon his name came back to him again. He thought of how it should have been, the loud hurrahs and cheers, and leaned against the backstop fence and drenched it with his tears, till all the boys felt sorry then and told him not to mind, because the sun was in his eyes and must have made him blind. But weeks and weeks have passed since then. His heart is awful sore. Our boys don't think he'll ever be light-hearted any more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. In Swimming by James W. Foley. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Sebastian Levine. Ist boys, the kind you used to know, what you call 'em so-and-so and what's his name, and every one is full of health and out for fun. No meanest in one of us is brown and strong and mischievous, 'cause that's the way out boys all grow. Ist boys, the kind you used to know. Ist boys, the kind you used to be. What? Never climbed an apple tree and shook 'em down? Why, mister, you never was a boy, real true. I'll bet at you as mischievous as you could be. You're fooling us, 'cause you can't help but see how we are boys. It's like you used to be. Of course we ought to be at school, but my, the water's nice and cool. When it calls you, why, you just can't be a real boy and resist. And say, we caught a fish down there, most 2 feet long, right close to where you're standing now. Now don't you see we're boys? It's like you used to be. Say, you ain't gonna tell our ma you was passing by and saw us swimming here. Why, mister, you won't ever feel right if you do. Don't be a tattletale. Why, say, if you should give us boys away, you couldn't never bear to see a boy. It's like you used to be. Come on now, you ain't going to tell on us, I know it. It's as well as anything. You wouldn't hurt our feelings just to do us dirt. You won't. Thanks, mister, you're a brick. We're going home, sir, pretty quick. It's awful fine here, 'cause, you see, we're boys. It's like you used to be. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. An Unusual Chum by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Sebastian Levine. Henry Blake's father goes fishing with him, and goes in the creek so as to teach him to swim. He talks to him just like they're awful close chums, and sometimes at night he helps Henry do sums. And once he showed Henry how he used to make a basket by whittling a peach stone and take the bark off of willows for whistles, although he hadn't made one since a long time ago. Henry Blake's father is just like his chum, and when he goes fishing he lets Henry come. He fixes 2 seats on the bank of the brook, and shows Henry how to put frogs on his hook, and sometimes he laughs in the jolliest way at some little thing that he hears Henry say, and dips up a drink in his hat like you do when only just boys go a-fishing with you. Henry Blake's father will take him and stay somewhere in the woods for a half-holiday, and wear his old clothes and bring home a big sack of hickories and walnuts to help Henry crack, and sit on a dead log somewhere in the shade to eat big sandwiches his mother has made. And Henry Blake's father, he don't seem as though he's more than his uncle. He likes Henry so. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
And Just Then by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Don't you remember when the ship, the pirate ship that flew, the black flag with the gleaming skull, in the fierce gale that blew, went on the rocks, I think it was, upon the Spanish Main? The sails were torn to tatters, and there fell the driving rain. The air was pierced with cries of fear, shocks followed upon shocks. Come man the lifeboats, called the mate, the ship is on the rocks. And just when lightnings rent the air, and all the sky was red, your mother said, "You've read enough, my boy, it's time for bed." Don't you remember when the score stood 6-6 until the very ending of the game, and every heart stood still? The Red Sox pitcher took his place, while not a watcher stirred. A hit, a pass, an error, and a runner got to third. Don't you remember, as you read, you almost heard the crack, as bat met ball, and you could feel cold chills go down your back? And just as you had but a page to find which player led, your mother said, "You've read enough, my boy, it's time for bed." Don't you remember when Wild Bill and Deadshot Dick the scout were prisoned in the rocky cave with redskins all about, with all their ammunition gone, nor food to eat, as they had been 1,000 times before, but always got away? The war whoops rang out fierce and shrill. Said Dick, "I have a plan. We will escape or sell our lives as dearly as we can." And just as you turned o'er the page to see what plans they'd lay, the clock struck 9, your mother came and took the book away. Oh, Captain Kidd, it seemed to me when you went on the rock, you always timed the hour of it to be at 9 o'clock. And Dick the scout, the redskins came and fell on you in rage, just when my boyhood bedtime came and I turned down the page. And Spike the wizard of the slab who mowed the batsmen down like blades of grass, the hero of the little country town. You seemed to time the crisis of your fiercest game some way at 9 o'clock, when mother came and took the book away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Afterward by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Arisa Kinugawa. I'm glad I was always so good to her. I was just up there in the nursery, picking up things, that were left strewn about as carelessly as a child would do when she's called from play. I picked them up with the mist and blur in my eyes and laid them all away. I'm glad I was always so good to her. And many's the picture that came to me over a teddy bear, or a doll, or a whole tin infantry, arrayed in a battle column there. Picture on picture of girls and girls, 1 year, and 2 years, and 3, that were of pinafores and blue frocks and curls. I'm glad I was always so good to her. Dreams on dreams, and they ride me down, column and phalanx, and voices call, and grasses grow green, and come sewer and brown, and leaves bud, blossom, and blow and fall. She had been 6 now, and 7, and 10, so tall, how fair they were, and they would have been, those lost ones. I'm glad I was good to her. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Circus Day by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Damien1110. If you're waking, call me early, mother dear. I think at 4 o'clock a.m. the circus will be here. If it was any other day to take an awful shock, to rouse me from a little bed before quite 8 o'clock. You needn't mind my breakfast, for I'll be in dreadful haste, and if I see the cars unload, I'll have no time to waste. Perhaps they'll wash the kitchens, Ma, and I'll be there to see the men take up the sideboards from the home menagerie. If you're waking, call me early, mother dear, because the place where it unloads is full 2 miles from here. I'll faint without my breakfast, which was any other day, but I'll be strong enough, I think, to run quite on the way. The boys I know will all be there, too big and watch its sight, to see the elephants let out before it's hardly light, and hear the lions roar, would make goose pimples when you hear. If you're waking, call me early, mother dear. If you're waking, call me early, mother dear. No matter if you whisper it, I'll be quite sure to hear. If it was being waked to turn the ringer, it would be a good deal harder job, of course, for you to waken me. But I will leave my stockings on and put my shirt in place, and if I'm rushed for time, I will not need to wash my face. And in the early morning light, you'll see me living here, about 3 minutes after 4, so call me mother dear. If you're waking, call me early, mother dear. I will not yawn and rub my eyes and ask if morning's here. I will not pull the covers up as I have done before, and ask you if I cannot sleep just half an hour more. I'll jump right out of bed as soon as ever you may call, and be on dressed and down the stair and gone out through the hall. Before you say Jack Robinson, the circus will be here at 4 o'clock, so call me early, mother dear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Tour of a Smile by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. My papa smiled this morning when he came downstairs, you see, at Mama, and when he smiled then, she turned and smiled at me. And when she smiled at me, I went and smiled at Mary Ann out in the kitchen, and she lent it to the hired man. So then he smiled at someone who he saw when going by, who also smiled, and ere he knew had twinkles in his eye. So he went to his office then, and smiled right at his clerk, who put some more ink on his pen, and smiled back from his friend. So then he smiled at someone who he saw when going by, who also smiled, and ere he knew had twinkles in his eye. So he went to his office then and smiled right at his clerk, who put some more ink on his pen and smiled back from his work. So when his clerk went home, he smiled right at his wife, and she smiled over at their little child, as happy as could be. And then their little child she took the smile to school, and when she smiled at teacher from her book, teacher smiled back again. And then the teacher passed on one to little James McBride, who couldn't get his lessons done, no matter how he tried. And Jamesy took it home and told how teacher smiled at him when he was tired and didn't scold, but said, "Don't worry, Jim." And when I happened to be there that very night to play, his mother had a smile to spare, which came across my way. And then I took it after a while back home, and Mamma said, "Here is that very selfsame smile. Come back with us to bed." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When Grandpa Plays by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. I don't know what makes Grandpa tired. He's hardly done a thing, except to put some hammocks up and help us children swing. He only came an hour ago, and we've been here all day. He says we're most too much for him, and thinks he'll hardly stay. He just played Drop the Handkerchief and Blind Man's Buff, but he says, my, we've got him out of breath and tired as he can be. He says it's most too much for him to play leapfrog and ball, but we have been here all day long, and we're not tired at all. He started to play hide and seek, and first he had the blind, and then he ran with all his might to see who he could find. And Tommy Watkins beat him in from there behind a tree, till Grandpa had to give it up and say, all's out in free. And then he sat down on a stump and said he's tired to death, and had to hold his sides a while he could catch his breath. He said he'd like to shake a tree and make some apples fall, but he's too tired, and we boys here are hardly tired at all. He only ran in under once when we were in the swing, and then he had to rest because he's tired as everything. And once he showed us how to climb a great tall tree, but when he only got a few feet up, he slid right down again. He said he used to climb a tree, oh, very, very tall, and sit across a branch way up and never tire at all. But now he's out of practice, and his legs won't stay around the trunk, and he feels safer when he stays down on the ground. And sometimes when he goes back home and holds us by the hand, all wringing wet and out of breath, our ma says, goodness land, I think you are the youngest boy of all the boys in sight. But Grandpa rubs his legs and arms and limps and says, not quite. And sometimes in the parlor, why, he says he was so strong. When he was just a boy, they used to take him right along to lift the heavy things and do the hardest work, you know. But now us boys'll tire him out in just an hour or so. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Parted Ways by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Damien1110. I used to know a little lad, a youngster of 13, who wasn't very good or bad, but somewhere in between. He had such freckles on his nose, as your nose seems to bear. Indeed, I almost think that those were some he used to wear. He used to have an old straw hat, all frazzled at the brim. Indeed, I almost think that came down to you from him. And he had such a dog as now, barks joyfully along. With you, it makes me wonder how it could have lived so long. And in his heart he held such song as fell upon my ear, and echoed through the shadows long, when you came whistling near. So when at twilight, dawn, or noon, this overture you bring, it seems to be the very tune this other lad would sing. And he had pockets bulged with things, by which he set much store, with knives and marbles, tops and strings, and 100 more. I see your pockets emptied now, your things cast up with care, until they seem to be somehow his treasures you have there. I know not where it was or when, but with his heart of song, he went and came not back again, and took his dreams along. So some day in a little while, he'll wave a sun-browned hand, and leave you with his cheery smile, and you will understand. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Message Home by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Paul Harvey. Say, little boy, twixt dawn and dusk, who treads with devious ways, I wish you would remember me to all your sunny days. For once they were such friends of mine, so bid them my good cheer. And say you saw an old friend, who holds them very dear. Remember me to those cool paths that led by fields and streams, where what were my songs now are yours, and what were mine your dreams. Just say you saw an old friend, who wanted you to tell them all he sent them love and cheer, and wished them always well. And, little boy, if you should lie beneath some spreading tree, be good enough to say it has remembrance sweet from me. For once it used to cover me with shade so thick and cool, and bid me lie and rest and dream as I came home from school. And when you romp with comrade boys at noontime, lad, I pray, remember me to all of them, and to the games they play. And let no games too humble be, no youngsters be too small, to know an old friend sends love and blessings to them all. Remember me to all your dreams, to rose and bush and stem. Today is too short to hold your joys, remember me to them. To all your secrets deep and vast, of things that are and were, and are to be, half whispered in the twilight's dusk and blur. Just say an old friend, long away, but still remembering, would have them know his heart is full of memories that bring delight to bygone fellowships, and he would have you tell them all he sends them love and cheer, and wishes them so well. For over land and over sea, the hearts of us that fare swell with the messages they bid the homebound comrade bear. And over days and over years have I fared forth, and so I bid you bear my greetings, lad, to all the joys you know. Remember me to all the hearts and hopes and dreams and deeds. Bear blessings of mine everywhere the path a boyland leads. Just say you saw an old friend who wanted you to tell the joys and boys of youth he loved, and wished them always well. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lullaby by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Damien1110. Sleepy little, creepy little goblins in the gloaming, with their airy little, fairy little faces all aglow. Winking little, blinking little brownies gone a-roaming, hear their rustling little, bustling little footfalls as they go. Laughing little, chaffing little voices sweetly singing, in the dearest little, queerest little baby lullabies. Creep, 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 time to go to sleep. Baby playing possum with his big brown eyes. Cricket in the thicket with the oddest little chatter sings his prattling little, rattling little, tattling little tune. The feet of tiny stars go patter, 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 as they scamper from the heavens at the rising of the moon. Beaming little, gleaming little fireflies go dreaming to the dearest little, queerest little baby lullabies. Creep, creep, creep. Time to go to sleep. Baby playing possum with his big brown eyes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Disguising Toil by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. When I was just a little boy and sent to cut the weeds, I played myself a hero bold and given to mighty deeds. I played myself an armored knight, my scythe a broadsword keen. The weeds an army of my foes come marching o'er the green. I laid my good broadsword about, they broke and ran pell-mell. At every stroke some stubborn lout and his retainers fell. And when I told them of my play, with lusty shouts and glee, the neighbor boys brought scythes and fell to cutting weeds for me. When I was just a little boy and sent to cut the wood, I played myself a frontier scout, 6 feet in buckskin stood. I played the red men swarmed about and all the timbers laid must be quick-hewed and fashioned for an old frontier stockade. Quick fell my axe with flashing blade, for all about I heard the war whoop of the warriors who in the thicket stirred. And when I told them of my play, with lusty strokes and cry, the neighbor boys fell to and wrought my woodpile brimming high. When I was just a little boy and sent to scrub the walk, with hose and broom I used to play, it was the good ship hawk, or hornet spider, or what not, a fire far out at sea, nor help at hand where'er I looked, to windward or to lee. And how I fought the tongues of flame that swept by stern and bow, the clouds of smoke that rolled above, I almost see them now. And when I told them of my play, with many a lusty shout, the neighbor boys plied hose and broom to put the fire out. And when I had to shovel snow, I led some hardy band of undismayed discoverers in far-off Arctic land, with stores and goods and blubber too, all buried deep below the mark that I had left beneath some good 6 feet of snow. And almost famished, there I dug, full knowing I should find at last the goodly stores of stuff that we had left behind. And when I told them of my play, with many a lusty shout, the neighbor boys plied willing spades and helped me dig them out. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Little Girl with the Curls by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by A&B Suite 13. Little girl with the curls and the passionless eyes, with your heart that is pure as the cool springs that rise in the green of the hills, and with cheeks that are fair and unsoiled of the world as the snowflake in air, with your dreams that are sweet and that always come true. Little girl with the curls, here's a blessing for you. Little girl with the curls, and with grace that is sweet, from the toss of your head to your fast flying feet, with the light in your eyes that is brimming with truth, and the straightforward gaze that's the glory of youth, with your smiles that are glad and your days that are fair, here's a blessing as rich as the gold of your hair. Little girl with the curls, and the kisses as light, and the butterfly's kiss of the flower in its flight, with your heart all attuned to the beauties you see, with the song of your days sweet as music can be, with your peace like the pardon of heaven unfurls, here's a blessing for you, little girl with the curls. And oh, be the days of thy trial as far from the deeps of the sea as the snowy peaks are, and oh, be thy heart and its singing a tune, thy skies be but blue with the splendors of June. So bless thee and keep thee and spare thee with pearls. Be thy days strung through life, little girl with the curls. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Wonderful Dad by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Astrid Weinmann. My daddy, he lived in a wonderful house, and he played with such wonderful boys. They were neighbors of his, and the attic they had was a storehouse of wonderful toys. He slept every night in a wonderful bed with a tick that his grandmother made, from the feathers of geese that she picked all herself, and so soft he was almost afraid he would sink out of sight when he got into bed. He could look from his window right out and see where the vines used to bring him sweet flowers just by crawling along up the spout. And he could look over and see where the woods and the squirrels and birds used to be. He must have had wonderful times where he lived, from the way that he tells them to me. My daddy, he caught the most wonderful fish. There were thin ones and fat ones and round, and some were so long that their tails, when he walked, would be dragging right down on the ground. He scraped off their scales on a log that he had at the woodpile, and said he would know that log just as well if he saw it today, although that was a long time ago. He used to dig worms of a wonderful size. He has never seen any like those since he was grown up, and on Saturdays he wore a wonderful old suit of clothes and a hat that an uncle of his had forgot, for on Friday he did all his sums, and Saturday always he went off somewhere with his 1 or 2 wonderful chums. My daddy, he lived in a wonderful place when he was a 12-year-old lad. For no matter what kind of a day it might be, there was always some fun to be had. He learned how to swim in a wonderful creek, where all of the whole summer long the water was warm, and the springboard they had, it was springy and slippery and strong. And on the way home they found berries to eat, and he said he remembers them well. And it didn't seem nearly a mile to back home, for there always was something to tell that took up the time, both for him and his chums. And sometimes they came home a new way, and always, all summer, they had it all planned what to do on the next Saturday. My daddy, he said he could go back there now, and could take me as straight as a string to all the wonderful places he knew, where the first flowers came in the spring, where you almost were sure to catch fish in the brook, where the nuts would come dropping in fall, where the most berries were on the way to back home. He's sure he remembers them all. He knows where the squirrels were most apt to be, and the lane where the hay wagon comes, and said he'd find names in the bark of a tree that were cut there by him and his chums. 25 years ago, and the log where they sat, when they found the big garter snake curled. My daddy, he must have had wonderful times in the splendidest place in the world. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Remembrances, Bill, by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Astrid Weinmann, London. I wonder if you still remember them, Bill, the fresh morning glories that crept up the sill and nodded at us when the night time was gone, and curtains thrown open to let in the dawn, the light over there, and the edge of the sun that blazed on the hill when the day was begun, the air on our cheeks and the sparkle of dew, our hearts and our hopes like the day that was new. I wonder if you still remember them, Bill, the way of 1,000 delights up the hill, through lanes and by hedges where orchards were sweet, and clover dews healing the woes of bare feet. The chatter of squirrels, the rattle of leaves, the round yellow pumpkins, the wind-tattered sheaves, the shade that was deep and lent splendor to dreams, and lips that were laved by the bubbles of streams. I wonder if you still remember them, Bill, the times when the cup of all nature would spill its gladness for us, when the days overflowed with the laughter of playtime, and far down the road were milestones all marked by delights jointly shared, to set off the days where adventure's steps fared, nor ever a secret but innocence knew, the heart of youth hallowed, and joy bubbled through. I wonder if you still remember them, Bill, the times in the twilight on hedgerow and hill, when we whistled homeward upon the old road, with hearts full of gladness that quite overflowed. The pillows were nestled 2 tangles of hair, the joy-freighted dreams, with a left-over share for the dawn of the morrow, a thread that was pearled with jewels of joy that were strung round our world. I wonder if you still remember them, Bill, our vows to the future we thought to fulfill, our daydreams to cherish, our faith to endure. Through trials how bitter our hearts to keep pure. No gladness of living but we two would share. The lanes and the byways are wondrously fair, but somehow the voices grow tuneless and still. I wonder if you still remember them, Bill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bereavement by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Mila Magnificent. We're all alone. It's Papa and me. 'Cause Mama's gone away somewheres to stay the longest time, and we are all alone. Papa stares up past me, and he never hears me when I asked where she could be. And both his eyes are full of tears. When we're alone, it's Papa and me. And after a while, I asked him why she don't come back, but he don't know. And in some way, he starts to cry, till I say, please, Pop, don't cry so, and put my arm part way round his neck and hug him. It's 'cause we are lonesome. He don't make a sound, and we're alone. It's Papa and me. And he is hugs me up so tight and says my mama's gone so far. She won't come back, but says we might, if someday, maybe go to her. And I asked why we can't go now, 'cause we're so lonesome her, but he don't seem to hear me ask somehow, and we're alone. It's Papa and me. And then I just forget she's gone and think it's almost time for her. Come and put the supper on. But when Pop's eyes are all a blur, I remember that she's gone away and can't get supper. Pop says he ain't hungry, and I ain't, I say, and we're alone. It's Pop and me. And then Pop rocks me in his lap and rubs my head. It's soft and kind, and asks me if I'll take a nap, if he pulls down the parlor blind. And then A little while I fall asleep and he is rocks, but he don't never go to sleep at all. And we're alone. It's Papa and me.
In Childhood Time by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Jing Yi. Hark! I hear the happy laughter that from children's voices rings, swelling out like some vast golden harp with half a dozen strings, everyone vibrating grandly in an ecstatic acclaim, in a medley of sweet melodies that set the birds to shame. On the harp of childhood's happiness each note rings clear and true, for the heart is pure and perfect, and each quivering string is new, and it tells and swells like bells afar that ring and rhyme and chime, the sweetest music ever told in note or tune or time. When the heart is growing older and the harp of laughter rings, there's false note clashing somewhere in the swell of the strings. There's chord that strikes imperfect, where some sorrow echoes through the melody, and the grief has warped the strings to strings not true. Sometimes there's brilliant music that rings from an empty heart, but it's not the melodious laughter of the child that knows no art, but just flows full and free from nature's teachings unfelt. Make music that is heard true in the sweet voice of a child. Could I gather every note that floats and rings and swells, and tells the gladness of the child's heart, true as any chime of bells, may tell the passing hour, and fashion them into a song, till it fill and fill the air with melody, as though a throng of self-thing, as tingling cymbals struck the twinkling stars, in heaven's perfect music, where no din or discord mars, and the myriad strings will mingle in a melody sublime, the rhyme and chime of laughter gathered from all childhood's time. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Don't by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Damien1110. 100 times a day I hear his mother say, "Don't do that, dear." From early morn to dusk is on. "Don't do that, dear," I hear her gone. From the back porch and front and side, as though some evil would betide, unless she drummed it in his ear. "Don't do that, dear. Don't do that, dear." If he goes out and slams the door, "Don't do that, dear." And if the floor is newly scrubbed and he comes near, "Don't do that, dear," is all I hear. If he comes rumping down the stairs, "Don't do that, dear." And if he wears no coat but hangs it somewhere near, she sees and says, "Don't do that, dear." If he goes shining up a tree, "Don't do that, dear." If he should be astride the roof, I know I'll hear her calling to him, "Don't do that, dear." His life is on, don't this, don't that, don't lose the dog, don't chase the cat, don't go, don't stay, don't dare, don't hear, don't do that, dear, don't do that, dear. Sometimes he seems to me as still as any mouse until a shrill "Don't do that, dear" falls on the air, and drives him swift away from there. So when he finds another spot, "Don't do that, dear," and he says, "What?" and she replies, I cannot say, but well, don't do it anyway. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Extinguished by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The boy stood on the burning deck, whence all but him had fled. When Tommy Gibbs stood up to speak, he had it in his head. But when he saw the schoolroom full of visitors, he knew, from his weak knees and parching tongue, the words had all fled too. The boy stood on the burning deck, a second time he tried, but he forgot about the boy, or if he lived or died. He only knew the burning deck was something nice and cool, beside the rostrum where he stood that awful day in school. The boy stood on the burning deck. He felt the flames and smoke. His tongue was thick, his mouth was dry. He felt that he would choke. And from the far back seats he heard a whisper run about. Come back here, Tom, and take your seat. They put the fire out. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Uncheered Hero by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Tim Brooks, he studies awful hard and faithful all the year, but goes out in the schoolhouse yard and never gets a cheer. And Billy Gibbs, he shirks and frets, he hates to work at all, but you should hear the cheer he gets because he hits the ball. Tim Brooks, he always leads his class and gets his lessons done, but Billy Gibbs lets hours pass just thinking up some fun. But no one cheers and throws his hat and says hurrah for Tim. But when Bill Gibbs goes up to bat, the boys all cheer for him. Bill Gibbs, he suffers awful pain when he comes to recite. He cannot do his sums again or get his grammar right. Then teacher calls on Timmy Brooks and points to him with pride. But when we play a game, she looks and cheers for Bill outside. Sometimes Tim Brooks, he sees the game and watches Bill at that. He gets excited just the same and cheers and throws his hat. But when he has his sums in school and Bill is watching him, Bill quite forgets the golden rule and never cheers for Tim. I guess I'd rather be like Tim than Billy Gibbs, but when the boys outside are cheering him, it sounds quite pleasant then. And it must sometimes seem quite hard to study all the year and go out in the schoolhouse yard, but never get a cheer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Old Halloween Friends by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Grace Buchanan of WeaverGrace.com. Ho, ho, Mr. Ghost, with your raiment of white, come to frighten me out of my wits in the night, with your eyes flaming forth like two coals, and your breath bearing fire that would scare a poor mortal to death, with your rows of great teeth grinning widely at me, and your loose-hanging gown flapping under the tree in the orchard out there. Oh, I know how you're made, and the youngsters who made you, so I'm not afraid. Oh, Mr. Ghost, I am waiting for you. You're an old friend of mine, both trustworthy and true. For that big head of yours that near gave me a fright was in somebody's pumpkin patch only last night. And out of my window not 2 hours ago I saw your head scooped out by Bill, Jack, and Joe. And I saw you stuck up on the end of a lath before you were stationed right here in my path. Ho, Mr. Ghost, with your garments so fine, I know what became of that sheet on the line in the neighbor's backyard, newly washed and alone. It is hiding that lath that you use for backbone. And the candle that burned in the kitchen last night lights those cavernous eyes that near gave me a fright. Indeed, you are made from such odds and such ends that I feel we're the warmest of very old friends. And those sepulchral groans you are making at me, I know whence they come, from that big apple tree that is right behind you. I have heard them before. They were begging for cake at the side kitchen door. So you see, Mr. Ghost, with your pumpkin and lath, with your candle and sheet, when I came up the path, I heard a boy chuckle up there in the tree, and that is the reason you can't frighten me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Refuge in Distress by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. A fellow's father, he looks wise, of office work and such, but when it comes to things like what a boy wants, he ain't so much. For when it comes to cuts or warts, or stone bruise on your toes, a fellow's father don't know, but a fellow's mother knows. A fellow's father, he looks wise, and says ahem, ahem, but when it comes to cakes and pies, what does he know of them? He knows the price of wheat and rye, and corn and oats, it's true, but if you get the leg ache, why, he don't know what to do. And if you burned your back the time that you went in to swim, and want some stuff to heal it, why, you never go to him, because he doesn't know a thing about such things as those. But you just bet, and don't forget, a fellow's mother knows. And if your nose is sunburned till it's all peeled off, and you go to him for some healing stuff, he don't know what to do. He's just as helpless as can be. But when a fellow goes and asks his mother, why, you see, a fellow's mother knows. A fellow's father knows a lot, but it ain't any use. So if a fellow's really got the leg ache or a bruise, or if there's anything he wants, he gets right up and goes and asks his mother, for you see, a fellow's mother knows. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lost Heart by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Smiling Jade. The Lost Heart. Back among the trees and trellises, along the leaf-strewn lane, sitting on the bank of the mill stream and dreaming dreams again, drinking water sweet as nectar from the bucket at the well, in the orchard's leaf and silence, watching windfalls as they fell, trying here at 35 just to be a boy again, to recall the joys of boyhood and forget the cares of men. But I listened to a lesson in the twitter of the wren. When the boy's heart turns to man's, it never throbs the same again. Once the sun marks noon of lifetime, once the morning steals away, once the shadows growing shorter and then fall the other way. Once the playtime ends at manhood, once the frolicking is done, once the faces turn from dawning to the setting of the sun. You may sit among the flowers that you pluck and threw away, turn the leaves of time all backward, try to read them as you may. You may kindle fires of memory, you may sit and watch the flame, but there's something changed within you that can never be the same. You may lay aside the burden of your troubles as you will, but the bent and sunken shoulders tell the story to you still. The story of the troubles and the trials that are sealed from the simple hearts of children and to men alone revealed. The sorrow dulls, the sigh is stilled, the sore hearts soothed are. The smarting wound is healed again, but always leaves a scar. The fire of youth burns only once and dies in its dead flame. The simple heart of boyhood that can never be the same. So I sit among the trellises and trees and wonder why, clear the air as in my boyhood and as blue the unflecked sky. Full the leaves as ever blowing, sweet the birds' songs and as free, but the boy's heart that throbbed to them is untuned and dead to me. There's a longing, 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 speaking in a deep drawn sigh, for the heart that's throbbed in boyhood, cloudless as the azure sky. For the heart that was the sunlight and the air, that tongue nor pen can ever paint or picture, that I cannot know again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Verses of a Little Child by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Grace Buchanan of WeaverGrace.com. Never care as she lies asleep, dear little lassie with red-brown hair. Angels of light, a sweet vigil keep, keep for the little one slumbering there. Never a dream as she lies so still, never a dream but of fairyland, fairyland and the flowers that fill her bed and the lilies within her hand. Never a tear as she lies at rest, now or evermore. Never a sorrow to bruise her breast, ever the gladness of fairy lore. Never the rough way to bruise her feet, never or ever a discord sound. Only the murmur of music sweet and the laughing of cherubim all around. Never a sigh from the silent lips, for the dollies all carefully laid away. Only the music of laughter slips out of the realm of the sunlit day. Never or ever a thought or care for the little hat with its flowered wreath, bearing a vision of red-brown hair flying in tangled curls beneath. Dead? Ah, no. She is just asleep, asleep where the dreams and daisies are. Angels of light a sweet vigil keep, keep in the light of a twinkling star. Asleep, and the odors of flowers fill her bed and the lilies within her hand. Asleep, and the whispering angels still her sighs with the dreams of fairyland. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Golden Days in Slowville by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. These are golden days in Slowville. There is gladness up and down, for they're sticking circus posters round the little country town. Flaming sheets of red and yellow on its every barn and fence tell of wonders aggregated, disregardful of expense. Tell of wildernesses threaded for the fierce big rigmajig. Tell of jungle beasts made captive, and of marvels small and big. In the most stupendous spectacle of splendor and renown, say the flaming circus posters in the little country town. They have wielded monster brushes from the dewy hours of morn. They have covered half of Jones's barn with grandeur heaven born. They have pictured fluffy ladies on the backs of dashing steeds. They have ornamented Slowville with a wealth of daring deeds. They have left a ripper-rumptus on the back of Robin's fence, captured in the wilds of Africa at marvellous expense. They've a retinue of big-eyed lads as they move up and down, when they put up circus posters in the little country town. Oh, the multicoloured marvels done in wonder-rousing haste, with a broad red barn for background, and no means but brush and paste. Hi there, Jimmy, see the monkeys? All the air is shrill with cries, as the likenesses of wild beasts are upreared in gorgeous dyes. There's the fierce ornithorhynchus, and the dreaded what is not, the blood-sweating crinklewoozum, and the awful Bengal swat. Tent and sideshow, flag and streamer, elephant, parade and clown. Oh, they're sticking circus posters round the little country town. These are sleepless nights in Slowville, sleepless nights and anxious days. There's a hoarding of stray pennies, got in 100 ways. There are lads in wonder raptured, open mouthed with bulging eyes, where the marvellous menageries from gorgeous posters rise. Oh, there's glory, glory, glory in the chariots arrayed. There's rapture in the promise of the splendorous parade. And new life has come to Slowville and is surging up and down since they put up circus posters in the little country town. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Heart of a Child by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Give me thy happy heart, O little child, where love springs like the sweetest flower, wild, from all its virgin soil, and radiantly reflects its fresh, unsullied purity. Give me thy heart that knows not heat or hate, nor passion thrills, nor grief makes desolate, when love lone reigned, and life but smiled and smiled. Give me thy spotless heart, O little child. Give me thine artless tongue that to deceive knows not but lisps to laugh and wakes to weave in whispered words diviner melody of love that speaks in grandest symphony. Give me thine eyes that see but happiness, nor aught of else in all the hours that bless thy childhood time, nor any graver ray than the glad sunshine of an endless day. Would we could cleanse our hearts and make them young, as when were sweeter chimes of childhood rung from them, and when were flowers springing wild from the untrampled soil, O little child? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Strenuous Life by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. That is your father, dear, just going out the door. Oh, he's been living here for 7 years or more. In business he's so deep, he has no time to fret with little girls, but keep up hope we'll meet him yet. That is your mother, dear, just getting in the car. She knows that you are here, and also who you are. But what with clubs to meet, and bridge to play, you see, with hours so short and fleet, she's turned you o'er to me. But there, my dear, don't fret, or let those blue eyes blur. Sometime I know you'll get acquainted too with her. Why, sometimes in the night, when angels vigil keep, she asks if you're all right, and when you went to sleep. I think you'd like them both. I think they'd both like you. But what with higher growth and many things to do, they're simply rushed to death. But there, my dear, don't cry. If they should stop for breath, we'll meet them by and by. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Song of Motherhood by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Smiling Jade. A Song of Motherhood. So, for there's many a rent to mend. There's a stitch to take and a dress to make. For where do her labors end? So, for a rent in a dress she spies. Then it's needle and thread and an aching head, and see how the needle flies. Brush, for there's many a boy to clean, and start to school with a slate and a rule, with a breakfast to get between. Comb, 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 in the minute she has to spare, for what is so wild, unreconciled, as the waste of a youngster's hair? Sweep, 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 oh, follow the flashing broom, and with towel bound her forehead round, she goes from room to room. Dust, 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 as down on her knees she kneels, for there's much to do in the hour or two of interval 'twixt meals. Bake, 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 for the cookie jar piled high, but yesterday in some curious way is empty again, oh my. Stir, 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 in the froth of yellow and white, for well she knows how the story goes of a small boy's appetite. Scrub, 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 for the floor that was spick and span, alas, alack, has a muddy track, where some thoughtless youngster ran. Splash, 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 for the dishes of thrice a day are piled up high to wash and dry and put on the shelves away. Patch, 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 and oh, for a pantaloon that would not tear or rip or wear in the course of an afternoon. Patch, 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 and see how the needle flies, for a mother knows how the fabric goes where the seat of trouble lies. Toll, 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 for when do her labors end, with a dress to make and a cake to bake, and dresses and hose to mend? Stew, 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 fret and worry and fuss, and who of us knows of the frets and woes in the days when she mothered us? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Youth by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Don't you recall when apples grew, oh, twice as big as now? When fish, however they were few, were monster ones somehow? When Gaines's Mill Dam made a roar, as though the water hurled were gathered in a mighty store from all the wide, wide world? Don't you remember when the trees, the oak trees and the beech, were lost in clouds on days like these, and eyes could hardly reach their waving tops, when noonday skies were oh such deeper blue? When Jack's great beanstalk in our eyes just grew and grew and grew? And there were bells so more than fine, of blue and white and red, upon the morning glory vine that climbed up on the shed, to be a wonder and delight, so fresh and full of dew, to bud and open in a night. I see them now, don't you? Don't you remember when the caves were thick and full of gloom, where captive maidens once like slaves were chained in some damp room? When twilight rustling in the brush was some fierce beast, a cow? It was, but cows at dusk are, hush, I think I hear one now. Come, take a little trip with me, forget the things that fret, for you may close your eyes and see some things that I forget. Why, I've seen Bluebeard's hidden room, and Cinderella's shoe, and I have seen where violets bloom, so blue, so blue, so blue. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
After the Years by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Smiling Jade. After the Years. When you went back to the old home place, had the mountain become a hill? Had the raging river your boyhood knew shrunk down to a peaceful rill? Were the monster trees in the old front yard but half of their former size? Was something gone, and you don't know what? from the blue of the arching skies? Was the swimming hole but a muddy pool when once it was crystal clear? Were the apples but half as big and red as they were in that other year? When you went back to the old home place, did the red barn seem so small it didn't look like the one you had known? Was the mighty waterfall that used to roar in your boyish years but a little dash of spray that fell so light that you could hardly hear a dozen feet away? Were the corn rows only half as long as they were in the long ago, when you measured them with aching arms and the weight of a heavy hoe? When you went back to that old home place, had the mill pond dwindled down? Was Main Street only a muddy track in the heart of a sleepy town? And the well that was phantoms deep, with its wheel and creaking chain, did it seem to you like a shrunken thing when you looked at it again? Was something gone of the bygone days from the sod and the arc of sky that we used to see when we played as boys in the old days, you and I? Nay, heart, the mountain rises high as it did of yore. The rill was a river once, and the boys nearby see a raging river still. The well is phantoms deep, and the apples ripe and red. The sod is cool and green and soft, and the sky up overhead is blue and clear, and the days are rare and glad as they used to be. But where is the heart of the olden time? Hast thou brought it back with thee? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Verse to Memory by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Damien1110. Now memory, like a little child, takes me by one soft hand. By dreams of keen delight beguiled, we strayed through flower land. And like the child, sweet memory, by many a byway strays, plucks flowers and bears them back to me, to fashion my bouquets. By many sweet secluded ways, she wanders far or near. A rose upon my garland lace, bejeweled with a tear. The rose of some far-flown ideal, a fragrance, ah, how rare! My fingers close but to reveal the ashes crumbling there. Now tinkling louder ripples clear, as some new flower she spies. Some far forgotten joys appear, as fairy faces rise. My thoughts in revel flower wreathed, heart full my garlands lie, while on the scented air is breathed a greeting and goodbye. Come, child, away, the frolic ends, the flower in ashes dead. The perfume of the air that cleansed will bear away instead. Here at the hedge we kiss and part, some sterner duties find, bear on the sweetness in the heart, but leave the flowers behind. Thank God for memory, half smile and half a tear. The flowers are there eternally, and when the days are drear, in through the tangled hedge of days, we wander hand in hand, and I may dream while memory strays, our child is flower land. And the poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lest I Forget by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Helena Horvat. When from my earliest abode in boyhood's merry days I strode, oh, well do I remember how my mother came, I see her now, and standing in the old front door, repeated to me over and over, "Oh, William, don't do this and that, and William, wear your other hat. Please, William, don't forget my note, and William, wear your overcoat. And William, hurry on your way, or you'll be late to school today." And far and long as I could hear her admonitions to my ear, came floating on, repeated yet, lest I forget, lest I forget. When from my lessons shirked or done, came homeward I at waning sun. Oh, well do I remember how my mother came, I see her now, and greeted me at that front door with admonitions over and over. Oh, William, don't do this and that, and wipe your feet upon the mat, and do not slam the door and wake the baby. William, and please take the package down to Howie and Hatch, and tell them that it doesn't match. And don't forget to hurry back, because the kitchen fire is slack. And far long as I could hear her admonitions to my ear, come floating on, repeated yet, lest I forget, lest I forget. I'm married now, at man's estate, and yet quite mournful to relate. My wife it is who, as before, comes with me to the new front door, and standing there, bombards me for a block or two, and over. Oh, William, don't you wet your feet, and William, don't forget the meat, and William, don't forget to mail my letter promptly, and don't fail to pay the ice bill or the wood, and William, would you be so good as to stop in at Jones's store and get a bit of ribbon for the baby's hair? And so 'tis yet, lest I forget, lest I forget. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Echo of a Song by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org. To my fancy, idly roaming, comes a picture of the gloaming, comes a fragrance from the blossoms of the lilac and the rose. With the yellow lamplight streaming, I am sitting here and dreaming of a half-forgotten twilight whence a mellow memory flows. To my listening ears come winging vagrant notes of woman singing. I have a sense of sweet contentment as the sounds are borne along. 'Tis a mother who is tuning her fond heart to love and crooning to her laddie such a sleepy little, creepy little song. Ah, how well do I remember when by crackling spark and ember the old-fashioned oaken rocker moved with rhythmic sweep and slow, with her feet upon the fender in a cadence low and tender, floated forth that slumber anthem of a childhood long ago. There were goblins in the gloaming, and the half-closed eyes went roaming through the twilight for the ghostly shapes of bugaboos along. Now the Sandman slyly creeping, and a tired lad half sleeping, when she sings to him that sleepy little, creepy little song. I am sitting here and dreaming, with the mellow lamplight streaming through the vine-embowered window in a yellow filigree. On the fragrant air come winging vagrant notes of women singing. 'Tis the slumber song of childhood that is murmuring to me, and some subtle fancy, creeping, lulls my senses half to sleeping, as the misty shapes of bugaboos go dreamily along, all my sorrows disappearing, as a tired lad I'm hearing, once again my mother's sleepy little, creepy little song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lover's Lane by James W. Foley, read for LibriVox.org by Kelly Park. How good to remember life's June from September, the days that were fairer than ever, when hearts held no sorrow to last over the morrow, and heads were brimful of the wisdom of 10. No skies were ever bluer, no heart was ever truer than mine when I waited in sunshine or rain, with joy that enriched me for one who bewitched me, and bade me to wait till she came down the lane. Our trysting place gaining, my eyes they were straining afar down the road, and my lips hummed a tune that held all the sweetness of first love's completeness, the whiles that I waited at morning and noon, for last when we parted, beloved, fond-hearted, she pledged me to wait for her, sunshine or rain, and so I kept humming, I knew she was coming, a girl queen in gingham, somewhere down the lane. And there were the vision of future's illusion, I traced both our names with my toe in the dust, and not a temptation could alter my station, as knight of the faithful heart, true to its trust. With ecstasy thrilling, I heard a far trilling, so sweeter than bird-song, and heard it again. The heart of the maiden, carefree and joy-laden, was born of the music I heard down the lane. Ah, who knows the story of life and its glory,
the unending bliss of the days that were then. And who knows the sweetness of first love's completeness, who has not the wisdom of 13 and 10? For back went a trilling to her that was spilling its burden of gladness through all of the air, with infinite yearning her message returning, to show I was true and awaited her there. Oh, hearts that are older, what secrets I told her! What dreams of the future of grown girl and boy! For what of the weather when two walk together? The pathway to school is the heyday of joy? When hours are but measures of innocent pleasures, when days brim with gladness as wine cups to drain, when life learns the sweetness of first love's completeness, in waiting for her as she comes down the lane. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Children at the Hearth by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Grace Buchanan of WeaverGrace.com. It is you, my dears, and the gladness you bring to the tasks to do, who can lessen this old world's sadness by as much as the joy of you. It is you, my dears, and your glory of sunshine and word and song, who can make life a sweeter story wherever you smile along. It is you, my dears, with your beauty and freshness of mind and heart, who must offer your share of duty and play yet a nobler part. For the world, it has need of beauty and youth that is fine and new, and the call you may hear to duty is for you, my dears, just you. It is you, my dears, that the sages have written their counsels to. It is you, my dears, that the ages leave legacies to, just you. And remember that every letter that wisdom has graven through the years so the world be better is for you, my dears, just you. It is you who must be the bravest to fight if the cause be true. It is you who must be the gravest in word and in deed, just you. It is you who must be the strongest to stand till the battle's through, and you who must smile the longest and never despair, just you. It is you, my dears, and your glory of gladness and youth and smile, who shall help to say if the story of life and the world's worthwhile. For the years of all time have shaped us, and the lore of the ages too, and to say if the truths escaped us is for you, my dears, just you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Daddy Knows by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Let us dry our tears now, laddie. Let us put aside our woes. Let us go and talk to Daddy, for I'm sure that Daddy knows. Let us take him what we've broken, be it heart or hope or toy, and the tale may bide unspoken, for he used to be a boy. He has been through all the sorrows of a lad at 9 or 10. He has seen the dawn of morrows when the sun shone bright again. His own heart has been near breaking, oh, more times than I can tell, and has often known the aching that a boy's heart knows so well. I am sure he well remembers in his calendar of days when the boy heart was December's, though the sun and flowers were May's. He has lived a boy's life, laddie, and he knows just how it goes. Let us go and talk to Daddy, for I'm sure that Daddy knows. Let us tell him all about it, how the sting of it is there, and I have not any doubt it will be easier to bear, for he's trodden every byway, he has fathomed every joy, he has traveled every highway in the wide world of a boy. He will put aside the worries, that his day may follow through, for the great heart of him hurries. At the call for help from you, he will help us mend the broken heart of ours, or hope or toy, and the tale may bide unspoken, for he used to be a boy. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Toast to the Small Boy by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Nicole Fox. A toast to the small boy. He knows the vagrant country roads, where sleepily they wind. He has his pockets full of toads, his smile is broad and kind. His dreams of lands and seas, who knows? His joys are never still, and whistling through the world he goes, the rugged small boy, Bill. His world is full of song and shine. His days are all his own. His nights are full of plans so fine that youngsters all have known. With all the joy that health can give, his ruddy pulses thrill. And bless me, how he loves to live, this rugged small boy, Bill. His trousers know the ample patch, his shoes gape at the toes, but see him gladly toe the scratch for any chum he knows. The heart of him is good as gold, and songs of gladness spill from his red lips, this sunny-souled and rugged small boy, Bill. His scratch-scarred legs are never tired, his eyes bright-souled and starred, his heart with hopeful youth is fired, his sunny soul unscarred. The world is his, the fields, the trees, the brook, the wood, the hill, to do his will as he may please, this rugged small boy, Bill. He knows the song of life by heart. In fancy he may weave such dreams as make the pulses start, a king of make-believe. And when I speak with him, I hear truth ripple like a rill. From him and gladness and good cheer, this rugged small boy, Bill. Oh, bide thee over long, health, happiness, and youth. Be glad thy heart, and light thy song, and pure and clear thy truth. Nor cloud to dim thy sunny ways, nor aught to bring thee ill. And year on year of perfect days, my rugged small boy, Bill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. An Adventurous Day by James W. Foley. Read for LibriVox.org by Nicole Fox. One time, in vacation, we boys all left town to stay in the country for Sunday. And down by Deacon Gray's pasture, a rabbit came out, right close to the highway, and looked all about until it saw us, and it started to run, right down the high road like a shot from a gun. So Billy Beggs threw off his coat and his hat, and chased it till both of its ears were down flat. And my, it just ran as if it saw a ghost. And Bill ran so fast that he caught it. Almost. And under the bridge where it crosses the creek, we saw some fish swimming, and darted as quick as a flash in the water. And one fish would flop himself till he almost would come to the top. So then we got down on the bridge, and we tied a pin on a string, and dropped it down the side with a bug on the pin. And the fishes would look, while Billy Beggs wiggled the bug on the hook. And one fish was hungry and came up so close that Bill gave a jerk, and he caught it. Almost. And over by Skinner's a big hawk flew by, and lit on a stump that was not very high, but didn't see us, and we crawled up quite slow through the grass to the stump with a big stone to throw. And Billy Beggs said that the hawk was asleep, for it never stirred once, and the grass was so deep that we got to within a few feet from the stump, and Billy Beggs peeked, and his heart gave a thump. And when he got ever and ever so close, he stood up and threw, and he hit it. Almost. And then it got cloudy, and thundered, and then it lightened, just awful, and thundered again. It rained some big drops, and we started to run, to get in the barn till the shower was done, and lightning just spattered and crackled and flashed, and we were all scared as could be, and we splashed all through mud and water, and then a big crack of lightning came down, and Bill Beggs hollered back from way up ahead, just as pale as a ghost, and said that last lightning had struck him. Almost. And over by Griggs somebody came out and hollered to us, when we're all just about so tired we could drop, and they took us right in, by the big kitchen fire, 'cause we were wet to the skin, and Mrs. Grigg gave us some blankets to wear, while all of our clothes were hung over a chair, and she made some tea till she got us warmed through, and then the storm stopped, and the sky got all blue, and Billy Beggs told her the flash came so close that he remembered the whole of the Lord's Prayer. Almost. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Poem of the Foragers, from Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Boys and Girls by James W. Foley. Poems of the Foragers. School's out, and homeward with the ebbing day they come, Tom Jones, Jim Brooks, and Eddie Gray, and 500,000 others far and near, not much unlike the boys I know right here, with empty dinner pails and school books slung across the shoulders by a strap. The tongue of boyhood at the kitchen door gives cry, "Ma, can't I have a doughnut or some pie?" For say, the appetite of boys is prime, and cannot be content till supper time. 'Tis 4 o'clock, and I can hear them go, a million youngsters, homeward fast and slow. The drowsy schoolroom clock has dragged its hands across its face, until time's signal stands at long awaited 4, that blessed hour when school books close and teachers lose the power that despot rulers have, and flags unfurled lead schoolboy armies to a waiting world. And up the back steps bound returning feet, "Ma, can't I go and get a bite to eat?" School's out. What ransacking of cookie jars! What letting down of pantry gates and bars! What dipping into barrels here and there, with heads far down and feet high up in air! For winesaps, Baldwins, Pippins, what a charge upon the jars of jam, and loaves baked large, and round and brown! What a tumultuous cry, "Ma, can't I have a little piece of pie?" And so this schoolboy army waxes fat upon its forage commissariat. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of Boys and Girls by James W. Foley.